I declare open this 23rd hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Job Security. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the country from which I'm speaking today. Pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. This hearing is being conducted via video conference and teleconference with witnesses giving evidence from around Australia. I thank the witnesses for, excuse me. I thank the witnesses for participating in today's hearing. This will be our last hearing for 2021, and the committee is due to present its final report in February 2022. For the benefit of those listening, this is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also streaming live via the web, which can be found at www.aph.gov.au. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness, and also such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to that ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. Where a witness takes a question on notice at this hearing, answers should be provided by the 23rd of December 2021. I remind all participants and committee members to ensure that their mobile phones are either turned off or switched to silent, and that you remember to mute yourselves when you are not speaking or giving evidence. I now welcome Ms. Buddha and Ms. Home from the Finance Sector Union, and thank you for participating today, and CBA Worker One, which is giving evidence anonymously today to the committee's agreement due to concerns about his employment. The committee appreciates your time and the effort you have taken to give evidence today. I remind anyone who may be watching or listening that it is a possible contempt of the Senate to threaten or disadvantage a person on account of any evidence given before a Senate committee. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon. I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on the telephone, and shortly with Senator Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? CBA Worker One, you need not state your real name, your alias is fine. Great, just ask you to go, Ms. Buddha.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senators. My name is Angela Budai, and I am the National Policy Officer at the Finance from Gadigal Land. This morning, I'm here to represent finance workers and talk about the way that job insecurity manifests in the finance sector. I'll provide a brief overview about.
Ms. Buddha, we'll just do a brief introduction, just to say who you're representing and your role, and then we'll get to opening statements in a moment. Also, could you mind just getting closer to the mic, because it's very, it's a little bit uneven.
Thank you, Senator. I will play with my microphone. My name is Angela Budai, and I appear as the National Policy Officer from Finance Sector Union.
Thank you for that. Ms. Home?
My name is Emily Holm, and I'm a campaign manager at the Finance Sector Union, who focuses primarily on the Commonwealth Bank.
Thank you. And we have CBA Worker One?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. The Finance Sector Union of Australia has lodged submission 204 with the committee. Would you like to make any amendments or additions to that submission? If you can indicate whether you want to make any changes to that submission, it'd be helpful. Thank you. You're on mute, I think.
No, Senator, no changes.
Thank you. And the Finance Sector Union of Australia has lodged submission 204 with the committee. And thanks for that. I now invite the union and the CBA worker one to each make an opening statement of around 3 minutes to allow time for questions. At the conclusion of the two statements, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Mr. Budai, would you like to go first?
I would, Senator. If you just give me a moment, I'm just trying to fix up my microphone. Senator, is that any better?
That is better, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Angela Budai and I'm a National Policy Officer at the Finance Sector Union. I come to you from Gadigal Land. This morning, I'm here to represent finance workers and talk about the way that job insecurity manifests in the finance sector. I will provide a brief overview of our written submission and then we'll hand over to Emily Holmes, Campaign Manager, to provide a more detailed dive into the strategies undertaken by the Commonwealth Bank to keep workers in work. Finally, we have a CBA worker who has agreed to appear with us today, who will share with you their experience of casual work. There are 5 different ways that job insecurity manifests in the finance sector. I'll outline those 5 areas. Firstly, our sector has embraced the offshoring level jobs, including processing.
Ms. Budai, just sorry, is there any way of getting closer to the mic, because it's still a bit soft. I understand we've turned it up as high as we can from this end.
In a moment, I'll get my headphones connected, Senator. Senator, is that any better?
Slightly better, yeah, thank you. Should I continue from where I stopped, Senator, or would you like to? From where you stopped is absolutely fine.
So the first, our sector has embraced the offshoring with processing.
Ms. Budai, it is actually not working particularly well. What we might do is bring you in by teleconference.
Okay.
So we can switch out and then contact the secretary, they'll contact you. But we'll just suspend briefly. Thank you. Speaking before.
Sure. So firstly, our sector has embraced the offshoring of entry-level jobs, including processing and customer service. These are jobs that are used to provide pathways for those with only a high school education to enter the industry. These jobs were often performed in our region, and offshoring has led to an exodus of good quality, semi-skilled white-collar job opportunities. Workers report a constant fear of offshoring. Secondly, we have the introduction of artificial intelligence. We have seen hundreds of jobs lost as banks introduce computers to replace workers, most recently in mortgaging processing roles. Our submission highlights the case of one worker who was made redundant from the CBA due to AI and was then unable to secure a permanent role as the other banks were only prepared to offer fixed-term contracts that rolled over until they had the same capability to replace workers. Thirdly, we've seen a rapid rise in the closure of retail bank branches across the country. Since the start of last year, we've seen over 400 retail bank branches close, with 15 more announced just last week by Westpac. The banks say that the closures are driven by customers migrating to digital options. That is partly true, but it's hard to determine if the closures drive the migration or the migration drives the closure. This has led to over 2,000 jobs lost and the constant fear in the branch network that their jobs will go next. Fourthly, there is an increase in the use of labour hire workers. Companies use labour hire to extend a worker's probation from 6 to 12 months. workers are firstly engaged through a labour hire company, and only after successfully completing a 6-month probationary period are they offered a permanent role. This permanent role attracts an additional 6-month probationary period, as they are technically working for a different employer, even though they are performing the same role. Finally, the Morrison government's casual conversion laws are not working to provide additional permanent roles for casual workers in our industry. They are prohibitively complex. My colleagues Emily and our CBA worker will provide additional detail on this point.
Thank you. Ms Holmes?
Good morning, Senators. My name is Emily Holm. I'm coming to you this morning from the Awabakal land, and I acknowledge the traditional custodians of that land. I'm here to explain to you this morning some of the strategies and practices employed particularly by the Commonwealth Bank and the negative impact they have on the job security of our members at the FSU. As Angela said, we have a member here with us today to talk about their experiences with casual work. So my comments will focus more on the use of labour hire and the effect that that has. The Commonwealth Bank has an enterprise agreement with the FSU. The grades and minimum wages in that agreement are, for the majority of roles, only loosely relevant. The minimum pay rates are, for the most part, not relevant market salaries, and these elements function, if at all meaningfully, as more of a safety net than salary guidance. CBA were an employer who were particularly keen on the Howard-era AWAs, and their industrial relations practices over the last decade represent an eagerness to cling to those highly problematic individualised models of employment. CBA's widespread and unlawful use of individual flexibility arrangements as conditions of employment, as well as their disregard for the reconciliation clause in the agreement, is, as you may all know, currently the subject of a Fair Work Ombudsman prosecution. CBA's use of labour hire, contractors or temps, as they're interchangeably referred to within the bank, is widely known, gratuitously unnecessary, and is doing harm. In one team whose work is mostly loan processing and document preparation, almost all new starters, and I say almost all instead of all because I have heard of one person being employed directly in the last few years as an immediate start, who are brought on as contractors, employed through Hayes or previously Randstad as casuals, as labour hire temps. It is not uncommon that they stay on that arrangement for around 2 years until possibly being given the same job as a CBA direct employee. That's 2 years where they're paid in relation to the award for a role that has an applicable enterprise agreement, where they can be paid less than the imperfect EBA minimums in real terms. If they're offered the job as a direct employee, they're then typically paid more in real terms, although how much tends to vary wildly, and they then begin a 6-month probation in a job that they've been doing for years. They will typically have been employed for at least a year already, without accruing any paid time off, without the right to paid sick leave, without progressing towards being eligible for parental leave at CBA. These people work for Australia's richest bank, pillar of our economy. They're in roles that used to be considered good jobs. My parents met working while at the CBA in the 80s, and it used to be a job that you could build a life on. These people work alongside others who have their rights and conditions secured at CBA, as well as higher pay. They do the same work, go to the same trainings and the same team meetings. They are an underclass of employees and one of CBA's own making. It's worth looking at whether or not the casual loading is even notional compensation for the insecurity that these people face, but because that is the argument that's often made, you get a premium. And our insight into this is limited. CBA have pay secrecy clauses in their direct employment contracts, and management use you're not allowed to disclose your pay on indirect and direct hires widely and regularly to create and maintain a culture of fear, silence and control. In terms of what we do know, it is usually less in real terms, never more, that we've seen, and if someone's very lucky, it may be the equivalent of directly employed colleagues. In one group who were all eventually made permanent, the unloaded rate that CBA ended up paying them was at best amongst our members 4.5% lower than the loaded rate that they were being paid at Hayes, putting the real rate of pay at a 20% discount for the service period where they were employed directly, which was for this particular person 2 years. Some of Australia's lowest paid and least secure workers are directly subsidising the extremely healthy profit margins of our biggest and richest bank. This is bad for our economy, and ultimately it's bad for the Commonwealth Bank as well. This is not project work or short-term work. This is core banking business. This is happening in call centres where there are long waits on the phones and have been for over a year. This is happening in loan processing and other core operational areas. This is a choice that CBA are actively making. They make this choice in areas of high operational risk as well. In June, concerns were reported in the Sydney Morning Herald about the Commonwealth Bank's use of labour hire in their financial crime and anti-money laundering areas. CBA's response in that news article was that there is a skill shortage in that area, that the contractors are actually more expensive, and that they'll be transitioned to full-time roles where possible. Senators might consider asking CBA how many of those people have been made full-time offers in the 5 months since that article was published, and how much more expensive those people are in real terms when compared with the actual salaries of those employed directly, and not the minimum rates that have been subverted through this practice in the EBA. I would note in closing that in enterprise bargaining last year, CBA were asked how many labour hire employees they had, what the procurement policy around that is, and what the average tenure of each contractor was. They refused to provide that information to the FSU on the basis that it was not readily available and not relevant to bargaining. Perhaps you all will have a bit more luck. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Ms. Home. Now I can go to CBA Worker 1, if you'd like to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senators, for allowing me to share my story today. The CBA has used many methods to ensure casuals like myself cannot make it into permanent employment, with two methods being particularly prominent in the area of CBA I work. The first way I've seen CBA stop workers from becoming permanent is by deliberately changing their rosters to ensure they do not meet the requirement of having a pattern of work across a 6-month period. These roster changes are made regardless of workforce requirements, often leading to short staffing, even when employees express availability to work during times where short staffing is particularly problematic. The second way I've seen CBA make insecure work normal is by deliberately making it an unreasonably unattractive offer. In the event the CBA makes an offer of permanency, which is incredibly rare due to the first method mentioned above, those who are offered permanent positions are given a lower base rate of pay, which compounds on the loss of 25% loading to make an offer of permanency a significant reduction in pay. I've been a CBA employee for a considerable amount of time, often referred to as a long-term casual colloquially, and for the entire duration of my employment, I've been a casual. I've seen managers request casual staff give more availability, only to then use this extra availability to ensure they do not work the same shifts next month. I've witnessed and talked with employees who have withheld giving critical feedback on systems and processes because they fear they will not get shifts allocated to the next month. CBA has continued to make it incredibly difficult to attain permanent work in a deliberate manner so they can avoid giving and paying out entitlements to employees and continue the culture of fear they've instilled through increasing casualisation and insecure work. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much for that. And again, I might just also say thank you for joining us, because it's very important to this inquiry that we have people that are literally on the coalface experiencing these circumstances, so we can get a further insight into concerns that people hold. I'll just kick off, and this is to the officers of the FSU. Some employers have told us that they need labour hire to meet surge work flow demands. Is that the only reason labour hire is used in the financial sector in your experience?
I might start if that's okay, Senator. The answer is absolutely not. We see labour hire used, as I mentioned in my remarks, in areas of foundational core banking business, in the area that I referred to, which is to do with the kind of back-end processing of home loans and other loans. We've also seen 150 jobs made redundant a few years ago from that section in Brisbane, full-time jobs with long-term employees, and they are, as recently as 2 months ago, at least some of them advertised as temporary roles doing the same work. This is just a preference to remove cost and responsibility and essentially make it cheaper and somebody else's problem.
Just of interest, when CBA, and this could go to other banks as well, make announcements, my observation, but for your consideration whether this is correct or not, but they make announcements about staff reductions and their share price goes up. So there's a direct benefit for individuals, and certainly not those workers that are terminated, or I'd argue clients. Is that an accurate description of what tends to happen?
It is, and it would seem through our discussions, particularly around this issue with certain senior people, or when we're trying to advocate for groups of them who perhaps work alongside union members who are concerned about the disparity, it does seem to be that there's a consideration in terms of cost goals and other metrics that mid-level managers are trying to reach in terms of reducing employment costs and rostering costs, keeping rather than being realistic about what that will cost, having it as a different cost seems to be a practice that is engaged in.
Just to CBA worker one, can you just expand on what your personal experience has been on the casual conversion laws?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously they send out basically emails every so often to see, if you're now eligible for casual conversion. And everyone I've talked to gets the exact same reason as their reason why they will not be offered, which is that they haven't worked a consistent pattern of work for 6 months. I've seen my rosters get changed, in the last week of the last month, just so it doesn't align with my previous month's work, so I don't get that consistent work. That they do it deliberately, and it's very clear they do. I've seen employees who, have been offered permanency and then given significantly less loading, no loading and less base pay. So that's the experience that I've seen directly.
So is it an accurate description to say that it appears that, in your view, that the CBA is gaming the system?
Yes, I would say that, especially when employees give consistent availability for 8 to 10, 11 months, and they still continue to say that you're not working a consistent pattern of work because they'll change your shift times by an hour on one of the days of the week that you work.
And what would have been converting to a permanent role meant for you personally?
Well, for me personally, it would just give me the assurance that I know that I can make financial commitments. If I wanted to go get a loan or anything like that, I could actually, go and say, hey, this is my consistent pay. I could go and do those things. At this point in time, because I'm a casual, it makes it incredibly difficult to access those kind of services. Even something as simple as trying to get a phone contract is incredibly difficult if you don't have consistent pay. So just being able to have that secure, consistent work and pay would be significantly beneficial for me. And not just that as well, but that it would mean I'm not fearing like that every month I might not be given work, which is really, really scary.
Thank you for that. And thank you very much for that evidence. I just want to turn to one of the officers from the FSU now, back to you. We've heard very similar evidence regarding casual staff at universities and TAFEs, as we've just heard now from worker one. It sounds like the casual conversion clause has failed casuals in the financial sector. Is that your description, or have I got it wrong?
No, I'd say that's absolutely accurate, Senator. We have very few casuals as a percentage of the workforce across our sector. So, for example, in the 4 major banks, less than 3% of their staff are casuals. But given the large number of staff, it's still 500, 600, 700 workers. And when we got some information from them about casual conversion, the numbers who had offers were under 50 in each of these banks.
And that was 50 out of what was the number of workers that are casual and specifically in banks? So
in ANZ, they had 466 workers and they offered 39 people casual conversion. Of those 39, 9 accepted. In CBA, 38 were offered of 419 and only 4 accepted. We don't have the numbers for NAB because they haven't provided us with that information, and Westpac doesn't directly employ casuals, they use labour hire.
Just in the labour hire circumstance, have you been informed by what the labour hire numbers are that are engaged?
No. And Emily can talk about this. We do ask and they say it's not readily available. We ask them during enterprise bargaining and we're not provided with that information.
Yes, just to add to that, as Ange said, most of the casuals or temporary workers who have this insecurity at these employers, particularly CBA, are labour hire. So somebody else has the responsibility in terms of converting them. Although I think if we were to consider all of them together as people who want to convert, the numbers would be far higher. In addition to that, we've been working for at least 2 years quite hard to find out exactly how many people are employed in these arrangements at the Commonwealth Bank. The best and most recent answer I was given by a former relatively senior employee was, I don't think they know, because I think it is considered a different statistic, as we discussed before, in terms of the way that things are moved around for budgeting and for the shareholders. It is possible, I suppose, that it's considered not an employment cost, but a project cost or some other cost that they can put elsewhere on the ledger. But to that end, there is a section of actually CBA Worker One, who's here with us today, as well as having probably the most casuals employed in his area. CBA recently announced to all of the people who do that type of work that there were a large number of labour hire people being brought in to assist with the workload. So double casuals, essentially. So there is an extraordinary proportion in what we would consider core banking good jobs. But even in enterprise bargaining, where, as you would know, Senator, we do have some power to request information that's relevant, they make it extremely difficult, and we're essentially posed with the proposition of holding up pay negotiations for 30,000 people to try to get that information out of them.
It sounds like pretty fundamental information that's been withheld from you as part of the bargaining process, which
Absolutely.
is terribly difficult. The FSU has recently commenced legal action against CBA for sacking an employee for discussing their pay with colleagues in breach of a pay confidentiality clause. Are these sorts of clauses common at CBA or in the sector more broadly?
They are in every contract at CBA that I am aware of. I would be shocked to see a contract of employment at the Commonwealth Bank without that clause written into it. And I note that the CEO, Mr. Clemens, said they refer broadly to confidentiality, which would mean your pay, but they do actually refer directly to your remuneration as being confidential.
And what effect have these confidential, sorry, you wanted to make an additional comment?
I was just going to say to the rest of the industry, Senator, all of the banks have got pay confidentiality clauses, and your colleagues in the House of Representatives recently asked all of the big banks about that, and all of them said that they didn't enforce it. Yet we've seen this case at CBA that you've referred to, and we've also seen recently Westpac came out with their bonuses, and in their letters, this is since that hearing, in their letters they've reminded staff that their pay is confidential.
Oh, that's particularly disturbing, isn't it? I'm very, very interested in any of that material that you might have confirming that email would be of great deal of assistance to the deliberations of the committee. Just a final question from me.
Sorry, Senator, I could provide you with that, but I would have to de-identify the members' names from that correspondence. Would that be acceptable?
If you pass it over to the committee and we can give it consideration, but definitely de-identify, I understand the necessity of that.
Sure.
And just final question from me. Well, what effect have these confidentiality clauses had on work to address the gender pay gap at CommBank?
On every effort to address any inequality in pay, they're extremely chilling, Senator. Just yesterday afternoon, I had a conversation with one of the people who I know was a very big part of the situation I described about transitioning from labour hire to permanent. And as part of that conversation, they said to me 3 or 4 times that, we're not supposed to talk about it. I was pulled aside and told, you don't talk about your pay. But we did anyway because we're really good friends. This level of justification to the union officer about why they might have discussed their pay from a relatively junior person paid less than $70,000. This is completely the culture throughout the bank. It is not spoken about. It is rarely whispered about. And in terms of addressing the gender pay gap or any other pay inequality that may or may not exist in a team, it is extremely challenging.
Thank you. I'll now go to Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, folks. CBA Worker 1 just made reference to the bank deliberately changing his hours or his roster so that in the last week so that they don't meet the casual conversion requirements. Can I ask whether that has been disputed in any way?
I haven't personally disputed that. I'm very concerned that if I did, there would be retaliation and that I wouldn't get shifts the next month, in all honesty. It is very scary attempting to talk to management in that sort of way, especially when you're a casual union member, where the protections there are certainly lesser than your permanent counterparts.
Well, so I'm reading from the Fair Work website because this is exactly what was contemplated by the legislation. And under the heading Protections at Work, the first two sentences are, an employer can't reduce or change an employee's hours of work or terminate their employment to avoid having to offer or accept a request for casual conversion. For example, an employer can't deliberately change their employee's roster so they don't meet the eligibility requirements, end quote. So, I guess I'm just curious as to why those provisions were just a moment ago considered to have failed when they haven't actually been tested.
I'd just like to elaborate on my previous answer as well. When I was saying that they change the schedule, they do it on a month-by-month basis, so they'll make minor tweaks every month. So it's not as if they leave it the same for 5 months and just change it in the last month. What they'll do is make minor changes to start and end times every single month so that you don't breach any period of time that is 6 months. And because I'm a casual, I have no entitlement there to consistent work. So they're allowed to do that.
So I'll set that aside for just a moment and pick up on the second point that you raised there, which is specifically around the loss of loading in any casual conversion to permanency. I assume you're talking about the 25% casual loading. Is that true?
So I was referring to both the loss of loading and a lower base rate of pay that they offer as well, but this might be one for Miss Home to take.
Yeah, it was okay. Just before we go to Ms. Home,
Yeah.
because I do have some questions for her as well. I'm just interested in what evidence or what leads you to believe that the bank deliberately changes the rosters? Because, I mean, we can set aside an argument about whether or not that actually meets the threshold for the conversion clauses to have effect. But, in terms of your evidence this morning, you've made some very serious claims there that the bank is deliberately and intentionally changing rosters to avoid this casual conversion provision. So, yeah, can you explain to the committee why you are of that view?
The evidence that I have to suggest that is that I've seen my colleagues' rosters and I've seen my own, and I can see the half an hour changes to start times, even though workforce requirements are the same for the month. I've seen that the 1 hour delays in start or finish times. It's very minor tweaks. It's not substantial changes to your shift scheduling.
So under the legislation, a very minor adjustment like that is highly unlikely to mean that you wouldn't be eligible for conversion. Highly unlikely. But it would be very useful if I could ask in a de-identified way for you to table to the committee your rosters that demonstrate exactly what you're talking about here this morning, because that will, assist us in seeing what's actually happening in the real world.
My concern with that would be is that my roster times would identify me by their nature of the actual times. So I'm not sure how I'd be able to do that in a de-identified way, because they'd be able to match the start and finish times to me.
All right, well, I'll leave you to consider that with the appropriate people.
Sorry, Senator.
We can actually accept evidence in camera so that it's never published.
Yes, thank you.
So perhaps one to have a chat with the Secretariat after, because otherwise, I guess, what you're putting to the committee is an opinion and a view, but an unsubstantiated one. So that's just a key point. If I could turn to the FSU official, and I do apologise if I missed your name, sorry. I think that I heard correctly in you saying that the bank has 419 casuals, and of them, 4 converted to permanency, which would be obviously like a 1% conversion rate. Is that what I should take away from your evidence this morning?
That's correct, Senator. My name is Angela Budai, for your record.
Oh, thanks, Ms. Goodeye.
No.
No, that's interesting, because I want to ask the bank about that, because that does, suggest one thing. So we'll see what they have to say of that. And in the interest of time, that's me. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Smiling. Just, I'm sure Senator Grogan's been on. Senator Grogan, are you right to ask some questions?
I might just.
I thought, what if I give you a minute and I'll just indicate to me in a moment. I just want to ask a question then about what to the FSU. Just this question about what happens with regarding casual employment, potentially fixed-term contracts, labour hire. What role do you think the federal government should have in protecting those jobs, particularly where they relate to government contracts? And where is the community interest of the workforce, and where's the community interest more generally lie if the government was to use its procurement policies to require certain rights to be implemented for ongoing contracts, for example?
Senator, we might share the answer to this one, but I think there is evidence to suggest very strongly that the government, as a participant in the market, as someone making procurement arrangements, is quite a powerful force in terms of making change and improving the conditions of those who are further down the chain in terms of that procurement. We see that with building contracts and other things. And so in terms of the employment arrangements of those who will be contributing to whatever it is that the government is procuring, I think it's only right that if the government knows that there is a problem whereby casuals by a different name in terms of labour hire are subject to the same problems, that the government should seek to avoid having taxpayer money spent on projects where that occurs and causes harm when it needn't do so. So to the extent that the government might consider having a procurement policy that prevents a certain level of labour hire, that could only be a very good thing.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Budai, were you going to add something to that?
I would like to add to that. I think that the government has quite a big role to play, and I think that if the government required transparency on the percentage of the workforce that was labour hire, that would certainly assist with us, because as Ms. Holm has explained, we don't get that information from them during enterprise bargaining. Secondly, the government could require that companies that have government contracts that use labour hire are required to pay those labour hire people equivalent sums of money to what they pay their permanent staff. So they can't be undercutting them by paying a minimum wage, which, while is set out in the enterprise agreement, Ms. Holm has explained that those enterprise agreements bear very little resemblance to what people are actually paid, rather they're set out as a minimum in all of the enterprise agreements. And then finally, we could require that if people are using labour hire to extend probation from 6 months to 12 months, a requirement that if someone has a government contract and a worker has been in that job for 6 months already with a labour hire firm, that they are not required to do a second 6-month probationary period.
And what sort of legislative changes do you think would be practical? I appreciate the evidence we received from CBA Worker 1 and the fear of exercising a right, and the question is whether whether you felt that right is is protected under the existing rules and what rules, if necessary, would need to be changed to give the sort of protection you might be seeking?
I'm not sure there's a simple answer to that, Senator. Ms. Home may have a view on this, but I think that the problem is that when you're a casual worker, you can be sacked for almost anything or just not be offered shifts. So aside from the case we've got at the moment with the Commonwealth Bank, where a worker on probation was told that they were being sacked for a prohibited reason, that was talking about their pay, the bank will just not give the person shifts. So I think it's quite difficult to be able to land that this is why they were sacked, because for casual workers, they are simply entitled to not offer them shifts into the future.
Thank you. I just want to go back to some evidence you gave a bit earlier regarding offshoring in your opening statements.
Yeah.
What's the long-term effect, do you think, that offshoring of work has had on job security in the banking and finance sector? And what's the effect on career pathing and what's been seen as an important entry point for many young workers?
Yeah, look, I think that the issue of offshoring is that a lot of these entry-level processing and customer service jobs, which are semi-skilled jobs, often in the regions. So I'm based in New South Wales, and we've seen particularly in Newcastle and Wollongong, a whole lot of those semi-skilled white-collar jobs not existing anymore, and those centres being closed down because those jobs are being sent offshore, which then means that you have a gap in the workforce for people who do not have a university or a tertiary education to be able to enter into a semi-skilled job and then make their way up through the skills that they get within that company. So I think that that's an enormous problem. And I think that we need to have good semi-skilled white-collar jobs in our regions, and that's what these banks and insurance companies have been providing. But the offshoring of those entry-level jobs has made it much more difficult for people without a tertiary education to get into the banking and finance sector.
And what do you see as some solutions to that problem of the challenges of offshoring? What's some solutions you might suggest?
Yeah, I looked at it. The Queensland government's got a procurement policy that requires that the work be done in Queensland for any companies that have that work. And I look particularly towards their CTP insurance scheme, where the companies that have those contracts from the Queensland government are required to have workers who do that claims processing based in Queensland. So I think that's a model that you could look to, that if there are government contracts that go out, that any of that work that is performed is required to be performed onshore by permanent workers. I think that would solve some of those problems. The other thing that you could do is require some stringent labour market testing that demonstrates why a job can't be performed locally in Australia.
Good, thank you very much. Look, I'd just like to thank you all for your evidence today. And again, I'll just reiterate, very much appreciate the evidence from CBA Worker 1. In the in-camera process, which the Secretary can explain to you, means the documents, how those documents would operate. They aren't how the committee deals with those documents. So just be mindful of what Senator Small asked for. It would be of assistance to the committee if you can provide that. Also, just to say, the evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and preparation of its final report. If you've taken questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of December 2021. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Walsh from PwC, and thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon. I am joined by Senator Ben Small on the telephone and Senator Karen Grogan on video conference. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Catherine Walsh. I'm the Head of People and Culture for PwC Australia.
Thank you. I note that the PwC has not provided a submission to the inquiry. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you to make a short opening statement please limit your remarks to 2 to 3 minutes to allow for questions. At the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Ms. Walsh.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Catherine Walsh, the Head of People and Culture for PwC Australia, as I've stated. PwC employs more than 8,500 people across Australia. Our people come from many different backgrounds. We are, of course, accountants, tax experts and lawyers, but we are also engineers, data scientists, nurses and more. We are deeply committed to delivering quality work for our clients, and while we are part of a global network, PwC is proudly Australian-owned and operated with over 780 partners. Our profits stay in Australia and are taxed here at an average rate of 42%. Investing in our people is not only one of our core values, but it is vital to the sustainability of our firm. With the most competitive jobs market in professional services ever, we know that to attract and retain the best and the brightest, and to deliver quality work for our clients, we must invest, invest, invest. We offer a vast array of training opportunities and clear career pathways. Our people undertook more than 300,000 hours in learning and development in FY21 alone. We are investing $15 million in a landmark PwC Academy, a unique learning program for those early in their career. Last financial year, we recruited 856 new graduates, a record number. We hire graduates from all backgrounds and support them with dedicated coaching and digital upskilling. Through our Hire Apprenticeships program, we are also hiring students straight from high school and connecting them to TAFE and giving them access to training while they work. This is an important part of our commitment to creating alternative pathways into our firm. PwC has also established a specialist skills hub as an important part of our workforce. Comprising just over 500 employees, they provide specialist skills delivered with flexibility and work as part of our teams to deliver quality work for our clients. Our most recently established centre in Adelaide has collaborated with local universities and is targeting talent across the country. It has created opportunities for students, recent graduates and those seeking a career change to work while they study in a field directly related to future employment, including cybersecurity and cloud engineering. We have diversity targets backed by a significant investment in mandatory training to improve workplace culture. We have targets because we know they work. We first introduced a gender target for new partner admits in 2015, and this has helped us increase female partners from 17% to 32% in 6 years. PwC is investing in the skills of the future, which empowers our workforce and creates sustainable, long-term, secure jobs. We are a multicultural, inclusive firm which delivers cutting-edge training from our newest graduate to our most senior partners. What we are most proud of at PwC is that we are a well-known training ground for some of the country's leaders in business, community, not-for-profit and politics. If you look across Australia, you will see countless leaders that start their career with PwC. And on that, I invite or welcome any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walsh. To you, Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning. Just a couple of questions from me, I guess. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware, we've taken evidence this morning from someone who used to work in the Skills Hub, which featured in an AFR article. I guess just on the process that PwC followed to respond, I understand that complaints were raised with a partner, and then the organisation went through a particular process and took steps in light of that. Can you give us your perspective, I guess, on how PwC responded to those concerns, and then what further action is still pending, if any?
Thank you, Senator. At the outset, I would like to say that we're obviously very sorry that there is an individual who has not had the positive experience that we would expect and set for ourselves. We were made aware earlier this year of a complaint that came forward from someone working in our skilled services team. I can reassure the committee that we took that complaint very seriously and the matter was thoroughly investigated with a clear plan of action as to the things that we needed to change in our workforce and workplaces there based on that feedback from the individual. As part of that, we undertook a range of things, and I'll just set those out as they sort of relate to issues around the workplace itself. There was a suggestion that this was a hidden office and that it didn't necessarily meet the standards of other PwC offices. We will say that at that time, we did have an office in Parramatta that was an overflow office because of we'd run out of room at our other Parramatta building. That has now been remediated with all team members now back at 1 Parramatta Square, which is a state-of-the-art, vibrant building. And of course, in a COVID environment, we continue to have many people working flexibly with work from home arrangements, as well as the opportunity to work at our other offices as well. So that was an interim arrangement. Having said that, it was a quality building, but it was a short-term lease arrangement. With respect to the complaints regarding career path and career opportunity, as well as being supported to undertake CA qualifications and the like, again, we did reflect on that. That was something that we hadn't made clear to this group or necessarily promoted. And we recognise that that was something that did have to change, and we have changed that now. So the people at the Skills Hub have absolutely the same access to CA qualifications and study leave to support that as others in the organisation. So I think that's a clear change we've undertaken. The pay requirements that we had in place, they did have a unique pay arrangement that was appropriate in our view for the work that they were undertaking. But we've now made it clear to that team that that pay arrangement is in line with our broader pay arrangements for the whole firm, so that they can see where they sit compared to others in the organisation. So that has been dealt with as well. The work hours point is obviously something that always raises concern. We have found no evidence that people are working the excessive hours that have been outlined in the article from the AFR that's been sent through. We do have a booking system, if you like, how we allocate our work. What people might see is when work goes into that, people may be allocated across a number of roles. It's more the reflection of the work coming through. It is the critical role of our resource managers to then ensure that people are working on appropriate amounts of work and the appropriate matters that they are on. But we did not find any evidence of excessive work hours. So, Senator, I hope that goes to that particular issue.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does. I understand that there was a lot of concern around the pay differential between the workers and, traditional, say, PwC graduates and the like, and that those salaries have been evened up. Were the affected individuals back paid at all?
Thank you, Senator. In these circumstances, the previous pay arrangements that we had in place, we felt were appropriate and commensurate with the skills and the work that was being undertaken. While we have now adjusted and evened them up now with the appropriate pay scales that apply across PwC more broadly, we are not of the view that they were previously underpaid. It was the clarity and the comparability across existing pay ranges. So no underpayment or back pay was made because we do not consider that they were underpaid.
Yeah, brilliant. This is obviously a committee that's focused predominantly on the issue of job security. So I guess, were these employees at the time, and are they now full-time employees, or are they casuals, or what is the sort of category, if you like, for their employment arrangement?
Thank you, Senator. I can reaffirm that these are secure, skilled, salaried roles. They are not casual roles. They do have security, and they are full-time or, of course, part-time if that's what someone elects to do. This is not a broadly casual workforce.
Brilliant. So I guess the employees being full-time, or they're permanent, whether that be full-time or part-time. Do you have many casual employees? And if you do you have requests for conversion that you consider, and can you articulate what the success rate, if you like, of those conversion requests is?
Thank you, Senator. We do have approximately 500 casuals across our entire firm. They are used appropriately where we do require that short-term or ad hoc support, and can confirm that they are paid appropriately with all benefits flowing through to them. With respect to the elements of the workplace that they have, we also encourage and ensure that those casuals do have those same opportunities for training and the like as well. So, that is a workforce that is valued and valuable to us.
Oh, and absolutely. I guess the specific question, though, is do you get many requests from those casuals to convert their employment to permanent?
Of course, sorry, Senator, I didn't address that part of the question. Absolutely. We've made very clear to our people their opportunity to convert to permanent. I will take on notice the specific number who have taken that up. I understand there have been people who have elected to do that, and they have been converted to permanent. So we absolutely understand our obligations in that regard and ensure that we follow those through.
Absolutely. I guess the point of the question, though, is that where you don't see many requests to convert, implicit in that is that those particular cohort of employees actually value the flexibility that their employment arrangement affords them, I guess. So, thank you for that, because, you've been very clear about what job security is, afforded to those who are permanent employees, and it sounds like the vast majority. Clearly, that doesn't work for everyone, though, because, people have to sometimes fit work around life. On that same point, then, I guess, with these jobs that you've mentioned before that were skilled, salaried and secure, what do you mean by skilled? Because the AFR article, I guess, alleges that they were unskilled, which seems odd given the nature of the financial services industry, and certainly as I understand it, most people are sort of degree qualified and whatnot. So interested in your view on that.
Thank you again, Senator. We absolutely see these roles and jobs as skilled roles. We see the people and the work that they do for our clients as something that requires a level and a standard of quality that comes with that. Of course, there are different elements around when a degree is required versus when a degree is not required for some of the work. But the basis of a degree does not necessarily denote to us whether someone is skilled or not. They bring a vast range of experience and insight, as well as the support and oversight that we provide to them as they build their careers at PwC. So we do, as I said in my opening statement, really do encourage different pathways into PwC so we get the right mix of skills and experience across our organisation. Of course, traditionally that has been degrees, but we are really focused at the moment on those opportunities for people who come from different backgrounds with different skills, but they are skilled nonetheless, Senator.
Yeah, absolutely. So effectively the approach you're taking now is aimed at improving the accessibility of a career with the business. Is that fair to say?
That's absolutely correct, Senator. We recognise that in this current environment, we need bright and smart people, and they can come from many walks of life. And so we need to make sure that we're creating opportunities to come into our firm and share that experience and grow their career from different backgrounds.
And ultimately achieve a secure job.
Absolutely. Security of employment is something that we're very proud of, given the number of people we employ across Australia.
Okay. That's been very helpful evidence. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Small. Senator Grogan.
Good morning. So we've just heard so far the issues raised around pay, workload, career progression, culture, and the segregation of the office, which put those together doesn't connect very well with your introductory statement about building the culture and aiming for an inclusive workplace. As you've heard, we have spoken with a previous employee of yours earlier today. And it sounds like there was a sense of this skills hub, which is very counter to everything that PwC publishes about its culture and from what you've said this morning. I mean, that must be a great concern to you as head of culture and people. How did that situation come about, that the skills hub was designed in that fashion with all of those inconsistencies?
Senator, I would not say that I would characterise it in that way, that it was set up with those inconsistencies. It was on the basis, as I set out, that when this individual, and we are sorry that this individual did not have the positive experience we would have hoped, when the issue was raised, we did investigate and we did come out with the recommendations that I walked through before around pay and around the workplace. I would not characterise this as something where there is segregation. As I said, this was an overflow office. It was a very good standard of office, but it may not have been the same standard that we may have had in some of our other offices. But I certainly would not characterise it as any form of segregation. As I've said on pay, it's around we're of the view that they were paid appropriately, but we recognise that they saw that they had a different scale and approach to the rest of PwC, so we have aligned that. But I don't think the pay in the past was inappropriate. And certainly the work hours, as I mentioned before, we found no evidence of the excessive work hours that were alleged.
I take your point about the segregation, but there was a very particular set of workers in that facility, rather than just an array of different types of people from across PwC. But the decision to overflow a particular crew into that place, was the rationale behind that connected to the skills hub, or?
Senator, the people that we recruit into the skilled services team very much reflect the environment in which we are recruiting. We work very closely with Western Sydney University and the geographic area as well. There was no strategy around who we brought into that facility. It was simply advertising those roles and finding the best people for those roles.
And the other thing we heard is that that those workers were not they were not allowed to meet their clients or involved in any of PwC's events or networking opportunities, which kind of doesn't sit with the idea of it actually just being an overflow.
Well, the overflow relates to the office. With respect to this group, the nature of their work, as with many in the firm, not everyone necessarily interacts with clients and the like. It depends on the nature of their work. That is not unique to this team. It's relates to the work that you're doing and how that's being undertaken. With respect to networking events, I'm not aware of that as part of the allegations or matters that we reviewed at the time, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
I wonder, Ms. Walsh, if you would provide us with a copy of that report from the investigation that you undertook for us to better understand.
Again, Senator, if I could take that on notice, I'd need to review the report. Obviously, the details that might relate to some of those individuals and concerns around privacy, but we can certainly come back to the committee on that.
Okay, it would be very helpful for us to understand. The pay scenario that you've talked about, saying that you felt that the pay that was being provided to the Skills Hub workers was appropriate. But what we have heard is that accountants in that team were about $55,000 less, $55,000 less in salary than other accountants within PwC. Does that seems not very inclusive at all, and quite curious that there would be quite such a disparity.
Senator, I am not aware or across the statement that was made or those specific allegations. I can say that any disparity certainly wasn't to that scale.
What scale would you say it was to? Do you have that detail?
Again, what I can say is that we have people there paid, depending on their level, were between around 62,000 up to 82,000. We've now, as I said, aligned that around the pay and career scale that we use across the broader organisation now. But as I said, with those sorts of salaries, depending on skill and experience, they were appropriate salaries.
So for the skills and experience you were looking for in that team, you were looking at the 62 to 82,000. What's the scale for other teams?
The scale that they've moved to now actually starts now with a full recognition of a trainee role, which actually starts at 47,000 through to manager roles, which are closer to 100,000.
And what was the sort of average change in those salaries when you balanced them out?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I'll not tell you that.
Okay, so yeah, it would be really useful to see that report. Yeah. The other concerning thing was the makeup of the people in that centre, and the notion that just about every person in there was from a non-English speaking background. Now, you have a diversity target that you've spoken about, but this seemed to be a very deliberate strategy. Can you give us any reflection on that?
Once again, Senator, I haven't seen the actual allegations or what they're referring to from the point of view of the if you like, the mix of people within that team. What I can say is this was not a strategy or purposeful. We partner with the University of Western Sydney. We work with them to advertise these roles and create these opportunities. People that have come through from very diverse backgrounds, which we're extraordinarily proud of in providing those opportunities and pathways, but they are reflective of the cohort and the area that we're seeking to recruit from in Western Sydney.
Do you have any data on the makeup of those teams and the ethnicity or cultural diversity within those teams that you could provide us with?
Senator, I will take that on notice. I don't have it for that specific team. I can say that across PwC, around 47% of our people are from a non-European cultural background, including 17% of our partners, and it's something we're enormously proud of.
Can I just go back? I quoted you the wrong numbers. The evidence we have in front of us is that the team in the Skills Hub were paid $55,000 per annum, and other teams were paid at $65,000. Yeah. So just to clear up what I was saying previously, but that was inclusive of superannuation. So their salary was actually less than $50,000. I might hand back to you now, Chair.
Good, thanks very much for that. And again, Ms. Walsh, thank you for joining us today. Just want to go back to a couple of questions. Just this, regarding the people who were giving evidence regarding persons who are doing auditing work, do they have auditing qualifications?
As part of an audit, Senator, there are many different roles and jobs that need to be undertaken, particularly those large ones that are complex. Some of that is sort of routine work. And, you know, many of the people who undertake that work, of course, have degrees. But of course, there is other work that can be undertaken in support of that audit work that may not necessarily need a degree. Those roles are undertaken by appropriately skilled people, but there is a diverse set of skills that are required to complete that audit.
Thanks. That all sounds sensible. I'm trying to get to the question. Did they all have the qualifications that were required of auditors? I appreciate the context you've put it in, but is that how many did they all? And secondly, how many actually had those auditing skills? The auditing skills in the sense of a degree.
Again, Senator, we do have people who work as part of this who come through. They may still be at university, they may be students, they may be working towards their degree, but the work that they are allocated is appropriate for their level of qualification and skill. But the more complex audit work, if you like, is definitely undertaken by those who have appropriate qualifications and degrees.
Can you give me an outline of what the D&I report recommendations were?
Sorry, Senator.
The report. There was a report into this particular hub that we were talking about out of Parramatta, and there was a series of recommendations, as I understand, that were made about the performance of that operation. You've already mentioned that there was wage variations, that the work, at least at this centre, has been brought into the main office. Obviously, they must have found some space. And I just want to know what the other recommendations are that were from that report that facilitated those outcomes.
Thank you, Senator. As we've mentioned, that overflow office was an overflow office that was not only for this team, but for a number of other teams while we got number 1 Parramatta Square ready, where everyone is now located in our Parramatta office. So that certainly was a recognition that the overflow office wasn't to the standard that people expected, but that has been resolved. We certainly also looked at So the issues that I outlined before around.
Ms. Walsh, the evidence you've given before is very helpful. I appreciate it. You don't need to restate it to me. The issues that weren't, you haven't mentioned to the committee yet, that were in the recommendations. And can I just put them directly to you, because I'll cut to the chase. I've only got X amount of time, as you're aware of, to ask you questions. Was there money paid back to clients, and how much was paid back to clients if it was? And what was the basis of that money being paid back to clients for work that was carried out?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not aware of money being paid back to clients.
Can you go through the other recommendations then that were made beyond the ones you've already mentioned? If you're saying that's the sole list, then I'll take that evidence as given.
Senator, I don't have that specific report in front of me, but I can go to some of the other things I mentioned were looking at the level of supervision and making sure there's an appropriate level of supervisor over the number of people that they are reviewing. We did review that to increase that supervisory level, if you like, to support that. That was one of the other recommendations that came out. Also, that support around training and ensuring that those people who did want to undertake their CA qualifications were supported with appropriate leave, as well as the financial support to undertake that as well, was another key recommendation. I will say that the report did ensure that we have more oversight of that with regular updates and visits from senior leaders in the team to ensure that we create an environment where people feel that they can speak up if there are any ongoing concerns.
Just want to go to this question of the workload and hours. What did you actually find?
We found that the average hours that people are working is around 37.5 hours a week.
And was there anyone who was working, what was the percentage working higher than that?
I don't have that detail in front of me, Senator.
It would have been helpful if you had brought the report with you. I appreciate you haven't, but I don't appreciate it. We're concerned about, because obviously it was an issue that we wanted to address. Do you have anything to say of the reasons why you haven't got the report with you now? And there may be I appreciate there may be in your view, a valid reason.
Senator, obviously we did get notice just before this hearing that you would be referring to the AFR report. Apart from that, we were not aware of the specific issues that were going to be raised here today.
Are you able to get access to that report now online?
I don't have it online on my computer.
I just want to go then to the Skills Hub stuff, and obviously you've been giving some quite detailed answers to the question about a Parramatta. So there's obviously a brief that's been prepared without the report, which is disturbing. Just want to go, and obviously there is, you've expressed some knowledge of what occurred out there within that operation, but again, you haven't made the report available in any detail, and you say you don't have access to it, and I'll take that as your statement. Was the question of workload, do you know how many hours were actually worked? So you don't know how many hours worked to be up for 37.5 hours that you say is the average?
Well, my understanding is part of that review that was in the investigation that was undertaken, they did review the work hours. What I've quoted there to you is the average hours. There are, of course, times when there are peaks and troughs in work around that time, but we did not find any evidence of excessive work hours over that time.
Would 80 to 120 hours, in your view, be excessive work hours?
Yes.
So you just want to be clear that, do you need to be a chartered accountant to do audit work, or at least some audit work?
You don't necessarily have to have a degree to do all that is undertaken as part of an audit, but obviously a degree qualification is important in much of the work that we undertake from an audit perspective. But there is some work that is transactional, there is some work that is repetitive, and that can be undertaken by people without a degree.
And the audit work that's done with a chartered accountant, was everyone doing that work that would normally be done by a chartered accountant, an actual chartered accountant?
I can't talk to the specifics of those allegations. What I can say is the work that they were given was commensurate with their skill and appropriate. And of course, we have oversight of all work that's undertaken, and including the ultimate requirement that we have senior partners sign off on those audits, who are obviously qualified, degree qualified.
You can't tell us that they were all chartered accountants work carried out by chartered accountants. You can't tell us the answer.
Work that is required to be undertaken by chartered accountants was undertaken by qualified chartered accountants.
Thank you. When you investigated the workhouse, did you just ask people how long they worked, or are you checking the recorded hours on timesheets or client billing?
We absolutely are checking the data from our billing system that we have. So it is made up of both that qualitative insight and feedback from people, as well as reviewing billing systems and the like.
So there is, I stand to be corrected. I gather there are some periods where there are staff briefings, for people starting work before they're actually doing, some work. So you're saying that all the work that was carried out at the operations, to your knowledge, was based on the client billing information you had, and there was no further hours that would have been worked by the workforce. Is that what you're putting to me?
Senator, we have a billing system, if you like, or an hours of work where people enter their hours. They can enter hours into that based not only on what is billed to a client, but there are codes and references for all other aspects of their role, including training and supervision and support. So it's not just based on billing, it is based on the ability to record all hours worked.
Would you be surprised to hear that evidence we've received is that the vast majority of those workers who were at that site were visa holders? I appreciate that 44% of people are from non-European culture background in PwC, which is commendable. But it's an anomaly that if 90% of those people at the Skills Hub would fit that description, isn't it?
I'm not aware of the what document or data you're referencing there.
It's from evidence. I appreciate I'm not giving you a document. It's from evidence we received earlier. So I'm just cross-examining that evidence and what knowledge you have.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. I can't speak to what the specific details of the diversity mix was at that centre as has been provided to you. What I can say is that this is a group of people who have, we've advertised those roles, they've applied for those roles, and we've sought the best and the brightest to come into our organisation. There is no target or view of how many people we want from certain backgrounds. That is not the approach that we are taking.
And you're either not aware of any findings, and was that investigated by, are you aware whether that was investigated by the team that looked at the Parramatta site?
I understand it was one of the allegations, but we did not find that there was certainly a targeted approach to do that or to bring certain people in from certain backgrounds.
Ms. Walsh, could you understand my concern that you do have some knowledge, and I appreciate your evidence today, you do have some knowledge, but on some of these sorts of important details, specifically regarding allegations, you don't have details. That is quite disturbing to me not to have that information before you. Are you able to give us a copy? Again, I'll ask this question: can the D&I report copy be given to the committee?
As I said, I don't have that with me at the moment, but I'll take that on notice to provide that on the basis that the contents don't reveal any privacy issues or the like.
Thank you for that. Just want to be clear. There's a number of deficiencies were found within that operation, and changes were made and actions were taken, even though it had been going on for a period of years, the fact that it had been dealt with, say, as a encouraging step. But what actions were actually taken against those that created that environment? So was there anyone demoted? Was there warning letters? Was some people terminated? And we've got serious allegations that were made, and some of them we've passed on to you, a number of them we've passed on to you this morning. And some of them which are already in the public arena. Was someone disciplined?
Senator, I won't go to the details of individual circumstances or the like in this, but the details of the report do not outline, as I understand it, that there were any disciplinary actions taken.
Right. It's I've got to say, when there's allegations of this is white collar sweatshop, large numbers of people from non-English speaking backgrounds above and beyond the PwC average, findings made by PwC, and that no disciplinary action of any sort was taken is disturbing. Has PwC ever had an office or a team called the Casual Hub? And if so, would you be able to explain what it is?
Firstly, Senator, I would certainly not categorise or characterise this in the way that you have from the point of view of the nature of the workplace that we have here. We're very proud of the workforce that we have there. We are very proud of the work that they do. And on that basis, we see this as a vibrant and vital place where people come to develop great careers, have secure roles with good salaries, and that they can develop their skills through that. So while, yes, there was an individual complaint, we took that seriously. We have investigated it, and I certainly would not characterise the workforce, the workplace in the way that you have.
And thank you. There's a series of deficiencies that you've outlined that were found in the report. The detail I've put to you, and you said you don't have the evidence on that. What I'm putting to you, and that is that if there's, on the basis if those allegations were correct, the 80 to 120 hours, those allegations of actual hours that were worked, I'm not talking about billing hours, actual hours of work with 180 to 120 hours, that there were people that were substantially underpaid. Wouldn't you call that a sweatshop?
I would not characterise what was occurring there in the way that you have, Senator.
If it was occurring, would it be considered as a sweatshop?
Well, I won't comment on hypotheticals. That's not the circumstances that we were dealing with.
And so back to my question, has PwC ever had an office or a team called the Casual Hub?
I'm not sure what that refers to, Senator.
I think I've got no further questions. I just want to thank you for your evidence today. Your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you have taken questions on notice, please provide the responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of December 2021. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Thank you.
We've got Mr. Jukes. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Jukes and Mr. Robinson from Spotless.
Morning.
Morning. Mr. Robinson, you're with us as well?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I'm the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon. I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on the telephone and Senator Karen Grogan on video conference. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Okay, Anthony Jukes. I'm the General Manager of People and Culture for the Facilities and Asset Services business unit within the Downer Group.
Thank you.
And I'm Grant Robinson. I'm the Head of HR for the Government section of the FAS Asset Services team.
Thank you. For your benefit, I'm the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on the telephone and Senator Karen Grogan on video conference. The Hansard record, you've given your names and details. I know that the Spotless has not provided a submission to the inquiry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you to make a short opening statement of no longer than 2 to 3 minutes to allow time for questions at the conclusion of your remarks. I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Mr. Jukes.
Thank you, Senator. So thanks for the invitation to attend this committee hearing. In terms of a brief overview, Downer Group is an ASX-listed service provider with a large presence in Australia and New Zealand. Downer acquired an interest in the Spotless Group in 2017 and completed 100% acquisition of the Spotless Group in late 2020. Downer has recently integrated Spotless into Downer's core business units, so effectively breaking up Spotless, if you would like, into a number of parts of the Downer Group based on a work activity or a line of business basis as part of the integration activities post the acquisition. Following this integration, the Downer Group standards and ways of working, what we call the Downer Standard, have been adopted across the business, and they prescribe the policies and standards and ways of working, and they now apply equally across all activities, including activities formerly undertaken by a Spotless Group whilst it was a standalone organisation. Downer Group is organised into a number of business units, working for the public and private sectors, for customers, predominantly around the transport, utilities and the facilities and asset services sectors, where typically owners have assets requiring support and services to maintain or operate those assets. As a services provider, Downer bids for work competitively, where we, present our specialist expertise or organisational capacity to help customers with solutions to their problems or their needs. Customers assess Downer on a commercial basis, and Downer bids for that work to either self-perform or subcontract that work, and that depends on the nature of each and every opportunity and the characteristics of the client's scope of works, etc. Where Downer does self-perform, we utilise a labour mix, which comprises of a range of different options of full and part-time employees or casual employees, and once again that does differ on each and every opportunity across all the different sorts of activities the business undertakes. We set employment conditions utilising the relevant lawful industrial instruments, be they enterprise agreements or awards, and Downer has approximately 150 active enterprise agreements in place as an organisation that cover the work across Australia. Downer has a team of human resources and industrial relations specialists that work with those business leaders who are bidding for work and executing work to provide them with sound advice around the many and varied compliance requirements in relation to the Fair Work Act, the various awards, enterprise agreements, federal and state discrimination acts, workplace health and health and safety legislation, building code, labour hire licensing, etc., etc. So it's comprehensive support and advice against what is a complex compliance framework. Further to that, we engage specialist external advisors to assist us where necessary to ensure we meet those obligations. Downer has a proud 150-year history where the wellbeing and the safety of our employees is highly valued and is central to our the creation of a culture that enables us to successfully deliver value for our customers, and is a core to the reason why the organisation has such long standing in the various industries and that it operates in. So nothing further to add at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dukes. I'll go to Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. You would have received a document from the Secretariat this morning, which will now be tabled. It has two parts to it. One is the one-page contract provided to Spotless Cleaners at the Department of Defence on the 29th of October in 2020. And the subsequent pages are an internal memo from Spotless General Manager of HR, John Douglas, to all hiring managers on the 7th of October 2014. You've got that document? You've got both of those documents?
Received those documents, thank you.
Excellent. I might go to the memo first, which has the title Upcoming Changes to Spotless Employment Policy, Maximum Term Contracts. Now, the memo says that you intend to transfer all of your workers at client sites from ongoing employment to maximum term contracts. Is that correct?
I haven't read, I saw that memo come in this morning, but I haven't actually read that in detail. It was quite hard to read in the form that came in.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe I'll just quote you from it. On the second page, there's a section that's titled, "Why are we doing this? What are the benefits?" That's the quote of the title. And it then goes on to say, when a service contract comes to an end, the company is required to find suitable alternative employment or be subject to payment of redundancy pay. This obligation is relaxed through the use of maximum term contracts. Can you just step through for us what you mean when you say the obligation to pay redundancy is relaxed?
So I guess firstly, that memo that I've only become aware of in the last week in terms of the lead up to this hearing today and some research has no bearing or resemblance on Downer's practices, policies, or ways of working. In fact, I didn't know that existed up until a few days ago. I haven't read it because it has no bearing and I view it very much as an artefact of an organisation that's been acquired by the Downer Group and therefore has no bearing on our ways of working and is not instructive at all on how we operate. So to be perfectly honest, there are many historical documents from a large organisation that's acquired. That is one of them, and I haven't placed any weight on it for those reasons.
Other than perhaps that it's the policy that is utilised within that Spotless range of services in cleaning contracts?
Not at all.
And unless it's not and you have an alternative policy you would like to provide us with?
So the Downer standard is the, I guess, what you call the governing policy and standards within Downer. They are the policies. That is the only thing that myself or any line manager can rely on is to instruct or provide guidance around ways of working. A document from 2014 from a former employee who's no longer with the business does not form part of our policy or ways of working in Downer Group.
But it does form part of how you employ those cleaners now within those facilities within Spotless, the concept of having maximum term contracts.
We have some maximum term contracts in our business, but they're not, that policy is not the basis or a decision-making tool or inform in any way our ways of working today in Downer Group.
But you do utilise maximum term contracts?
So within Downer Group, we have approximately 12% of our employees in Downer Group are employed on maximum term contracts, which is obviously the minority of our employees.
And the intent of utilising maximum term contracts is what precisely? It would imply to me here that it is to avoid the paying of redundancy payments.
So despite what that memo says, and like I confirmed before, has no bearing on any decision making, and in discussion with Grant Robinson, who's also on the call, has never seen that memo, is not a relevant and current document within the group. We do have maximum term contracts in use in different parts of our business on certain contracts. In relation to, I made reference to the Downer Standard before. If I could just walk you through, I guess, the process in terms of how we make decisions in the organisation. The Downer Standard guides us through from looking at opportunities within the market around potential work that we could bid on the processes and the engagement points within the business around how we make decisions on what work we bid for and on what basis. We look at the labour and opportunity and the attributes of each bid. So if you like a long-term contract with very clear scope, very clear demand for how we would perform work, we'll select a labour mix that would be suitable for that. Other bids or prospective work could be very short term, very regular, and very hard to predict exactly what that work will look like, and we may need to look at more flexible solutions to meet that. So it is very much a case by case basis in terms of what is the most appropriate labour mix to provide a solution to a customer to meet their particular need. There is no fixed policy on what labour mix we use, no matter what type of contract it is.
So I'm not sure that the contract of employment that was also provided to you, the letter that was also provided to you this morning, which is a pretty short letter and much easier to read on the printout than the memo, was an extension. We heard evidence at a previous hearing from cleaners who were given this letter to sign, who were, by signing this, going on to a maximum term contract, which they did not understand at the time, because the letter doesn't say that. The letter references it, but doesn't explicitly say we are changing the conditions of your employment. It just says, here's your maximum term contract. So while, sure, the memo is 2014, and I understand that's historical, this letter is 2020. So do you want to explain to us how you came to be providing this letter to Spotless Cleaners on a defence contract, moving them against their knowledge onto maximum term contracts?
I can't speak to the specifics of that contract or defence contracts. It doesn't sit within the business unit in which I work, so I can't speak to any specifics there. What I can speak to is our way of working is to assess each and every opportunity and look at what the right labour mix is for a particular opportunity. You mentioned before in reference to redundancy in relation to those contracts. I'm aware that there are many instances, many hundreds of instances of employees paid redundancy who are on maximum term contracts in this calendar year alone, due to either early the completion of the commercial contract, which is brought forward their termination date, or there could be a restructure or a reduction in the scope of services or the demand for our services, resulting in less people being required, and consequently those employees receiving the same redundancy pay as a permanent employee.
The maximum term contract that is referred to in this memo is taking people from a permanent position into a maximum term contract, which is reducing their conditions and their security without any meaningful explanation. We heard evidence from people who signed these contracts not understanding, which is quite straightforward. You read this, it does not imply to you that the actual basis of your employment is being changed in any way without any explanation. Can you explain why that would be the approach?
I'm not aware of the specifics of that particular example. If you're referring to the defence letter, I'm not sure. Sorry, apologies. Senator, if that's the reference you're referring to, if it's a memo, as I said earlier, that memo has no standing in the organisation, so I can't refer to what's in it because,
regardless of
I haven't
the memo,
read it.
I would imagine that this change in employment letter is indeed part of your company. It's dated 29th of October 2020. And if you look at the 2014 memo, sure, that's 2014. This letter is 2020. So I'm not sure that you can really say that it's not part of your company. These are contracts that are in place now and an action that was taken in 2020 to change people's terms of employment without actually explaining it to them.
So that, as I said before, that particular contract is outside of the Downer is a very large organisation. I lead people and culture for one part of that organisation. I'm not aware of the circumstances in that part of the business. It's just simply too big a business to be across the detail of each and every part of its operations.
Well, perhaps you could take on notice and find somebody in the company who can answer the question as to how this came about and why people were transferred without any meaningful explanation about what was going to happen to their conditions of employment and their security of employment.
Yes, Senator.
Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gregg. And Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair. A few questions from me. You mentioned earlier that you've got in excess of 150 EBAs in use across the business broadly. Can I ask what Downer's experience of the casual conversion reforms this year has been? I know it's early.
Yes, thanks, Senator. So we've undertaken a large process, and Grant, I might ask you in a second just to walk through a little detail around that casual conversion process. But we've with a large number of enterprise agreements, which represent the very diverse nature of the business from a geographic client industry standpoint. And so that's been quite a comprehensive and significant process to engage with that large casual workforce. But Grant, if you could perhaps just talk about that process and the outcome.
Excuse me. Yes, definitely. Our obligations to provide the opportunity to convert were applied as a robust process right around the business. As you've said, Senator, it's a large business, so we needed to engage the whole HR team and management as well. So in order to do that, as Anthony's mentioned earlier, we have a Downer standard, and as part of the Downer standard, we developed a procedure and some standards which were then communicated to managers and the HR professionals embedded into the business on how to apply these procedures and do so consistently. So those procedures included, following the guidance that was provided by that legislation, extracting a report from the relevant system and reviewing the relevant anniversary date of the employees. So, for example, it might be 12 months as per the relevant industrial instrument. Some of them might be 6 months if it was different from the National Employment Standards. And then there was a process to determine the casual conversion eligibility, which was a process to go through reviewing the hours worked using data from systems in the prior 6 months and identifying if those hours were a regular pattern and ongoing, and then establishing whether or not the employee could continue to work this pattern as a part-time or a full-time employee without a significant adjustment. And then there was another step where the business needed to determine the ongoing continuity of the role itself. If it was known, for example, to reasonably, or if it was known or reasonably foreseeable that the employee's position would cease to exist within the next 12 months, or if it was known or reasonably foreseeable that the hours of work would be significantly reduced. And there was another test whether it was known or reasonably foreseeable that there was a significant change in the days or times of those working patterns. And then as applicable, there'd be a meeting with that employee to advise them of the outcome of those reviews and those determinations. and then an offer to convert was made or not, and explained on what grounds. And then we had a process to put that through and make changes to our payment systems, our payroll systems.
Okay, thanks for that. That's quite a detailed answer. In broad terms, can you describe or give me the data on how many casuals were assessed as either not meeting the requirements or indeed meeting the requirements for conversion? And of the subset that did meet the requirement for a conversion offer, how many have accepted it?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that if that's okay, Anthony. Yeah.
Please.
In our experience, the take-up was relatively low. So what we were able to find, if I just looked at parts of the business that I'm involved in the Spotless parts of Downer, or the old Spotless parts of Downer, 441 casual employees converted to full-time or part-time in the period between July and November 2021, which is the period that the new procedures were rolled out across the business, and those conversion processes commenced and were carried through. And that represents approximately 5% of the number of casuals. So it was we thought it was a relatively small take-up in our experience.
Yeah, no, that is a low number. That's 5% of your total casual pool in the Spotless part of the business, or that's 5% of the casuals that were offered conversion?
5% of the total in the Spotless contracts.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to tell me how many that represents as a percentage of those who were offered it?
Did I answer the question, Senator?
Well, maybe I'm missing something. I'd just like to know how many offers were made to casuals who were assessed as meeting the requirements to convert, and then what percentage of them were accepted. So I understand that 5% of your total casual pool in that part of the business converted in aggregate. Yep, that's all good. But how many percent of the casuals that were offered it? Unless you're telling me that you offered casual conversion to every casual in the pool.
No, we didn't. It was quite a difficult number. I was in my preparations trying to get that because, as I said before, the size and scale of the business, we rolled that down to the different business units to perform those assessments. So I just wasn't able to get that full number. What I was able to identify was the number that converted in that period.
Yeah, okay. On notice, and appreciate it may be difficult to do now, but on notice, if you could just confirm that, it would be very useful. You're a very prominent employer in industries that do tend to use these employment arrangements very legitimately, so that's just helpful to understand what the uptake actually is, because certainly what this committee has seen in other parts of industry is low uptake. I guess we're keen to understand why casual employment arrangements remain preferred in the majority compared to permanent part-time and the like. So that is I guess important to understand for us. But that's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much, Senator Small. I just want to go to this question. I think the Senator's touched on it already in questions, but what proportion of your cleaning workers are on maximum term contracts, and what proportion are on permanent ongoing work?
I'm not aware of don't sort of look at the business through that lens. So I'm not sure what the answer is specifically to that, Senator.
Are you able to tell us what the number of people that are on term contracts? You mentioned before that across the systems that you have 150 agreements. Are and there is obviously a series of sites. Of those sites, you're not aware of how many are on term contracts and how many aren't?
I think the data I referenced before, Senator, was in relation to the 12% of all Downer employees on a maximum or a fixed term contract was across the Downer Group. So I think that data, as I looked at it prior to this hearing, was around high 4,000s of I think it was about 4,800 or 900 max term or fixed term contracts across the 44,000 employees across the group.
Thank you.
Reference to the 12%, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dukes. You'd say that. On the procedures, can you step me through, you mentioned that you've had a look at these memos and these documents that was referred to by earlier by senators, and you have copies of them in front of you. And in your evidence, you said that there was breaches of the procedures. Can you step me through what those breaches of procedures are? So what was out of the ordinary and what was the breaches?
Sorry, I don't recall reference to breaches. Sorry, what was the?
I'm sorry, I'm using that language. You said there was procedures that weren't followed, and these are the first time you've seen these particular documents, that have been provided to you. And you said that there was that the language, I'm paraphrasing now, but the language that was in there was not appropriate to what, I'm taking this as the normal procedures you would apply. So what I'm asking is that what's the breach? I'm using my language. What is the breach of procedures that you see within these documents that have been handed to you? What are the steps that weren't followed? What's the outcomes that you think that may be inaccurate?
Sure, thanks, Senator. Well, I guess firstly, that memo, as I stated before, is something that I found it difficult to read in the form that it came in, and to, in my preparations, fully consume the information in there and analyse it. So I can't really speak to that memo. And as I'd mentioned before, had only first physically cited and become aware of its existence in the last week in preparation to this hearing. Rightly or wrongly, I dismissed it as a document given its age and the fact that the author of that document no longer being in the organisation, and that that it has no sort of bearing or representation of our ways of working as being an irrelevant document. So I haven't analysed it to sort of look at how it works. What I can say is our way of working, as governed by the Downer Standard, is to look at each and every bid was an opportunity, being the term for looking at our business development or growth, where we're looking at the market and opportunities, and to consider the client's needs, how that service could be best delivered, what the most appropriate and best suited labour mix is for that particular contract, with an eye to our existing workforce and how we can utilise the workforce we have, and with a view to redeploying the existing employees we already have where possible, and then formulating a solution to put to a customer as part of the bid process. So whilst I can't analyse or comment on that particular memo and its processes and how it works, because I honestly haven't looked at them or consumed the information within, what I can say is the process I just described is our way of working within the group. So there is no set way or outcome. It is very much an absolutely case-by-case consideration, and our clients would demand no less than that and would expect us to look at their particular works and present a solution to them that is appropriate for them, and that's our offering to our customers.
Yeah, I'm not. Thank you, Mr. Dukes. I appreciate the evidence you gave. I'm not going to the question about the relationship with the customers. I'm sort of going to this more specific question about the relationship with the workforce. In the correspondence that you've received from the Secretariat, there's some correspondence dated the 29th of October 2020. Do you see that?
Not on the screen currently. Sorry, I'm just with the cameras on. But is that the letter that Senator Grogan referred to in relation to the defence?
That's correct.
Employment contract?
signed by assigned by Jeffrey Collins, General Manager, Defence Operations.
Yeah, I did read that prior to stepping into this meet.
But is that within the terms of that letter, in the terms of what you would see as normal procedure?
That's I think the example there before where that particular Senator Grogan had asked a question around the engagement with the employees and what their understanding was of that particular arrangement, which I was unable to speak to with any authority, given that is a different section of Downer. So that was one of the points I believe I took on notice earlier around any sort of further background we could provide in relation to that.
Any further background would be a great deal of assistance, but you may be able to assist. I'll just press on a little bit and see whether we can get an answer to this part of the question. The question of maximum term contracts, which you said, if I understood correctly, is 12% of your workforce. What is the controlling procedures overarching for the company, or are there, or are they all specifically done for each contract as it comes up about what the employment relationship will look like? Or is there a program process on whether within the Spotless group to say this category of work is fixed term, this category of work is not fixed term for employees, and this is the way that you make an assessment on whether it's going to be fixed term or not fixed term?
Thanks, Sandra. So yes, as we look at each opportunity, as you say, in what you've mentioned there around considering on a case-by-case basis is absolutely, so that's an opportunity to work with a customer. We look at the attributes of that particular opportunity. So we take into account how much certainty is around that contract, what length is that contract, what's the nature of the work, how certain will be the demand for work. Is it a regular and unplanned work where we're asked to be a resource to assist a customer in a time of need when there's a breakdown of a facility or an emergency, or is there, very clearly structured and set out work where there's a very clear provision of services that we can, align a labour mix, an appropriate labour mix to. So you mentioned there before in relation to particular cohorts or groups of employees, and there's been reference to cleaners. There is no standing position or policy or otherwise that says this particular group of employees in this occupation are on max terms and this group are not. That is absolutely not a practice in our organisation. It is very much looking at it each and every opportunity through the eyes of the customer. What is going to bring the most value to the customer? What are our lawful options? And on balance, what is the best solution?
I didn't want to cut you off, Mr. Dukes, but unless there's something in addition to the evidence you gave before on that question, I think you did describe very clearly to answers to other questions, including mine, which I appreciate. Unless there was something else you wanted to add that was fresh, I wanted to turn to another question.
No, nothing further to add, Senator.
Thank you. I want to just go to the evidence that we've heard from that cleaning staff working on contracts for Spotless and Defence. We heard from one person that Chris has been at the Department of Defence since 1984. She pointed out that she unknowingly signed this contract, which is the one that we've put to you and you're having a look at. She has not only lost her redundancy pay, it also means at the end of the maximum term contract, she can be shoved back onto the minimum award rate on the next contract. Is that correct? That could happen?
I think this is the example before that I've taken on notice where I don't have knowledge of that particular contract or operation as it sits within another business unit. I've had no hands-on dealing with it. What I can say in relation to, say, redundancy and just, in preparation for this hearing, looking at practices in relation to maximum terms, that in 2021 alone, we've had well in excess of 200 employees who are max term contracts receiving redundancy pay because of the bringing forward of their employment end date, which has been instigated through a customer's decision to either for an early termination of the contract for whatever reason, a reduction in scope of that contract or a decision by Downer to restructure how it delivers that contract, which has resulted in work no longer needing to be performed. So max term contracts, employees in many circumstances have had access to and do have access to redundancy. I can cite a current example with the Melbourne Cricket Ground contract, which has come to an early end, where we're currently working through seeking to redeploy and our employees there, but we have a number of max term employees who we're engaging with currently as we speak around redundancy entitlements because that contract is coming to an end prior to the maximum term, the nominated maximum term on their contract.
Thanks. I just want to go back to the other category that I'm talking about, defence. Defence is still going to need cleaners, aren't they, whether you win the contract or not at the expiry of its term?
Potentially. I'm not aware of that contract, and if that's, I guess with each case, the service may or may not need to be provided depending on the circumstances.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Senator.
I was pointing to you that there was a person. I'll come back to you, Mr. Robinson. You by all means go ahead if you want to add something to that answer.
I was just going to offer, if you'd like, I can add some information or some details about that variation letter that was brought up a few moments ago, and also by Senator Brogan. I have had a look at it, and I can see there that letter isn't changing a person who was an existing permanent employee to a maximum term. That specific example right there continues, or doesn't continue, but changes the existing maximum term length and it gives a new maximum term length. So just wanted to clarify there that I think that if I've understood correctly, the question was, have you changed someone from a permanent to a maximum term by giving them this letter, and you haven't explained what it means. Looking at that letter, just on the face of it there, and I have seen these letters before, that's not the case in this letter. It's actually an existing maximum term person who's then been given a new maximum term extension, and it's because the contract has been extended or renewed.
But on the basis, thank you for that evidence, and appreciate that you added those comments in. But doesn't it then go to the heart that isn't every contract that's for a service contract for a fixed term, or do you give workers 5 or 10? Are there contracts that are 5 or 10 years that people also get guarantees of employment for 5 to 10 years, and then after that they're on a fixed term, so there's no requirement for redundancy? I'm not saying you don't on occasions need those staff to go elsewhere to meet commitments of contracts, but I'm going to this question of redundancy, which is an important issue the committee is considering about an even playing field across the market. I appreciate that's a cost for redundancy, and it's a cost that gets built into contracts. One pays it, they have a disadvantage to the one that doesn't pay it. So I understand the logic of minimising contract costs, so you can win contracts. But can I just go back to my question? Is that what circumstances in service-based contracts, which is primarily your work, that would lend you to saying that they aren't fixed term? And I appreciate I'm talking about 12% of the workforce.
Thanks, Senator. The range of contracts that Downer Group performs is absolutely wide and varied. The nature of the works, the industries, the level of certainty provided in those contracts is there's no set formula, of course. Each customer is looking for a different level of support, a different type of support. We find that there's some contracts that are really only, it's engaging us in case they need us. There is no certainty at all as to what's needed, and we've got to look at as a resourcing solution for that customer. How can we support them? Others are very long term, or could be renewed, set for 3 years, then renewed based on performance, or 5 years, or whatever the duration is. That is set by the customer. As a good service provider, we seek to influence that by showing value and looking to create arrangements that create mutual benefit. And we, of course, have a bias towards permanency, not only for Downer in terms of more certainty for contracts, but for our employees, because very clearly we get a lot of benefit from, and our employees get a lot of benefit from certainty, and for Downer in terms of our service provision, a higher quality level of innovation and safety from more certainty and longer term engagements. But ultimately, our clients dictate how they want to engage with us and what level of certainty they provide.
Thank you, Mr. Jukes. Are you able to provide, either now or on notice, how many of the people that are on fixed term contracts were previously not on fixed term contracts with Spotless? So they've been transferred from non-fixed term to fixed term. I mean, I would have thought that would be something that people would keep a record of, because it's obviously arguments over rights, obligations and notification. Are you able to give us those figures at all, Mr. Jukes?
Look, I have, I'm not aware of that kind, any sort of trends or others. And Grant, please, if you've got any sort of awareness here, jump in. But I'm not aware of any sort of trend data or otherwise. It's not something we sort of track or monitor in terms of I guess the genesis of our employees being their employment on a max term.
No, I'd be happy to add to that. Senator, it'd be a very unusual or rare practice. We would have that data available. I didn't prepare it for today's session, unfortunately, but what the scenario might be if someone applied for a job to take a transfer and moved into a job that was had been characterised as being in a maximum term project basis. That would be the kind of scenario. I haven't seen examples of moving at scale people that are engaged on a permanent basis to the maximum term. It's more that they would make the application and then accept those terms and conditions as part of that change. It might be a promotion, or it might be to move into a different industry for their own career development. Those are the examples that I've seen. But yes, we would have that data available to track the numbers and the metrics.
Thank you. Just the final question, if you're able to make some comment on this. One of the things that has been discussed in earlier hearings is potential for a portable leave entitlements, either of, incorporating some or all leave entitlements, including potential for portable redundancy. If that was built into a requirement for all companies to have a portable system between companies, would that allow for an even playing field, and would it be, in your view, practical or not?
Thanks, Senator. Look, I'm certainly aware of, through prior experience of portable schemes through the construction industry and the like, around redundancy, and on the face of it, they seem to have been effective. But I'd be really speculating or sharing an opinion around how well they would work without really considering the detail of what would be proposed.
I'd certainly, Mr. Jukes, I'd respect the fact that the detail is important. I'm sort of taking that level above, the concept, and then of course the detail, something that is, reached by agreement. But the concept of having portable leave has, been espoused in a number of industries, particularly high service-based industries. And part of that was because when people accrue long service leave, redundancy pay potentially, and other leave entitlements, so that can be a cost impost for the winning this contract the second time round or the third time round, or I'm sure you're winning contracts fourth and fifth as well. But the bidding process becomes quite fraught for the contractor that's in the existing operation, because of the cheaper nature that comes from a fresh workforce. And thus entitlements are lost and potentially, or entitlements aren't gained because contracts aren't reinstated. So the concept, I'm saying more on the higher level, not the detail, concept of having portable entitlements, is that if that was to apply when specifically asking about the cleaning industry. Is that something that is on the face value attractive?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, look, we support that concept and support, employees working in the various industries we're in receiving, decent pay. So absolutely we support any concept that supports employees, and so yes.
And a final thing is that with sick leave, particularly if people are casuals, as we know casuals aren't under the present system entitled to sick pay when they're on the days that they're sick. I appreciate that there's a loading that's paid, but if there was a portable system of taking into account, again, I'm saying at a high level, appreciate that there'd be some discussions about what that would actually look like and what impact, if any, it would have on casual loadings, if any. But have you got a view about if sick pay was put in place, particularly when I'm talking about COVID-related cleaning services where people have been at risk or futurely could be at risk?
Yes, we're certainly acutely aware of COVID impacts having a large presence in hospitality, and we're actually doing a lot of work in providing COVID support. So acutely aware of those impacts, and so yes, look, we would support conceptually any sort of advancement there that's soundly structured, that balances the needs across the various stakeholders.
But I'd just like to thank you both for your evidence today. Your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd December 2021. Again, thank you very much for your frankness and opportunity you've given us to ask your questions today.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you very much.
Now go to a lunch break, and we resume at 2:00.
Been given evidence about some of the fundamental structural problems that we have. Our system is really designed to work for employees and employers and employees to bargain at an enterprise level, to get better terms and conditions for workers, and to get tailored arrangements for employers that add productivity because they are specifically dedicated to the needs of that employer. And that was a theory. And there are a number of reasons why that theory is not working in 2021 in practice. And one of the most significant of them is that workers and employers, after having reached such tailored agreements, signing off on those deals, after they've negotiated in good faith, voted, signed and had ratified such agreements, we've got a system that allows employers to betray that deal by taking away that work from direct hire workers and pushing some or all of it to lower and often the lowest standards. Now, I understand that much of the evidence presented to this committee so far has been around the use of labour hire firms that has the consequence of that type of avoidance. But what we're focusing on today in our evidence is a related matter. Labour hire is not the only means by which companies have eroded rights and conditions. It's increasingly being carried out also by outsourcing. And that's the kind of same insidious breed of avoidance. But rather than engaging labour hire firms to supply some of the labour for the employer's operation, employers contract out completely chunks or all of that work to a company or companies that are not bound to honour the deal that's been done with its workforce. And as you'll recall from our previous submissions, Qantas recently, under the cover of COVID, outsourced 2,000 ground handling jobs, essentially to the lowest bidder. Federal Court has subsequently said that outsourcing was illegal. But that outsourcing is being provided to companies that have substandard arrangements in place, certainly standards that are much less than the direct hire standards that have been built up over decades through good faith bargaining between those workers and Qantas. And we know that when that occurs, there are significant safety and standards concerns that occur as well. In the case of Swissport, they've been exposed in the Fair Work Commission time and time again. So this is a really important aspect that we think that the committee should be considering when it is going through its work. That when we're talking about, as we say, ensuring that people performing the same work get the benefit of the same terms and conditions, then it's not just a case of labour hire companies providing labour to an employer for their work. It's also the case that we have a parallel concern, which is where companies do a deal with their workforce, sometimes over many years, sometimes over decades, and then avoid the agreement and the deal they've made by contracting out chunks of that work right down to the lowest common denominator, which often has serious consequences. So, Senator, that's an important aspect that we wanted to bring to the committee's attention, and we're ready, willing and able, myself along with aviation official Mr Rogers, to take any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I'm just going to Karen, to Senator Grogan.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your time and thanks for coming to talk to us. So on the outsourcing point, have companies like Swissport historically occupied such a large chunk of the aviation industry, or is this a new development?
Now, this is a relatively new development. What we have seen for much of our history, and specifically in relation to aviation, is an industry that supports or had supported jobs that Australians would covet. They would crave being an aviation worker. It was a job for life. You'd get a job with Australian Airlines or Ansett Australia or Qantas, and you'd be directly engaged by that airline, whether you were a cabin crew or pilot, whether you were presenting the cabin as a cleaner, whether you were a baggage handler or you're working on the ramp. You would be directly engaged by that airline. You were part of the building of that airline, and you would engage with the company as well to negotiate the terms and conditions that would apply to you. And over time, those conditions became enhanced, became better, supported job security. And from the company's perspective, they got experienced workers whose job conditions were tailored to the specific needs of the enterprise. That's what our system is supposed to support. And for many years it did. But we've now seen a situation, particularly since work choices, where the capacity to negotiate job security clauses was taken away. We've seen a situation where chunks of this work now are able to be contracted out. And indeed, Senator, the first iteration of that was Qantas itself, after signing in 2008 a deal with its workforce, direct engaged workforce. Almost the day after that was ratified by the Commission, they set up their own internal labour hire company and put new workers on B rates. And then when that didn't provide them enough of a short-term sugar hit, they started contracting out the work to the likes of Swissport. So that's been the trajectory. It's a consistent and devastating downward slide in job security, and it's something we think the committee should give close attention to.
Thank you. So you've referenced Qantas there. Why aren't companies like Qantas shifting, sometimes illegally, their work out to companies like Swissport?
Well, it's for a short-term hit. It's a very short-term approach that has two elements to it. The first is cost. That is, if there can be a short-term pump in profit, then there's a short-term pump up for executive targets, for the share price, and of course that's what management's KPIs are based on. But also this illegal outsourcing, as was found with the federal court, is done for a very specific purpose, and that is to avoid bargaining with workers who have come together in union to maximise their bargaining position, to be able to get and achieve and maintain terms and conditions of work that support themselves and their families, not just today, not just in terms of what their rate of pay is, but in terms of stability for the future, permanent work, work that will support applications at financial institutions for people to have their homes, to buy a car, to look after their children and their grandchildren. Many of these workers at Qantas straddled 3 generations. And so it's that kind of stability for the workforce that is gained and had been gained through those workers collectivising that is avoided when this type of outsourcing occurs. And of course, the federal court has called Qantas out on this occasion.
Mm. And so in terms of, you talk about short-term goals, so are there any other long-term implications of this type of activity?
Yes, well, of course there are. What we have is workers who are completely fragmented, and there are a number of consequences to that. You have workers working side by side who are on different terms and conditions. They're doing exactly the same job, and they're paid different amounts, and they're subject to different terms and conditions. More importantly, you've got the twin concerns of the consequences of insecurity for any particular Australian. That is, the work that they have to do is paid poorly. It's on shift and shift patterns that are completely hostile to running an ordinary life. In Swissport's case, for example, they implemented for a long period of time before they were called out by the Fair Work Commission illegal split shifts, so requiring workers to turn up for work in the morning for 3 hours, then taking them off the payroll for a number of hours during the middle of the day and requiring them to be back at work on the payroll in the evening. Illegal operations, of course, is completely disruptive to running any normal type of arrangement, particularly as you can't leave the airport for such a short period of time. And that is disruptive. But the other evil is, of course, that you see standards slip. And in aviation, that can be devastating. Safety standards, security standards. If you don't have a workforce that is permanent, that is looked after, that is properly trained, that is rested, that is experienced, then of course you are going to see the consequences of that on the tarmac. We see holes being punctured into planes from inexperienced ground staff. We see very delicate freight and important freight for people like wheelchairs falling off the carousels and being smashed. And we see also the consequences for security, and that is really important in this industry.
Mm. It's quite alarming, really, what that trajectory looks like and what those implications might be. This inquiry heard from Qantas in October this year, and they said that they were saving $100 million a year by illegally outsourcing the ground handling work. Now, Swissport, I believe, was the largest beneficiary of that work. Qantas was insistent that all of those savings were related to capital expenditure. And in fact, they claimed that they had no idea what Swissport workers would be getting paid and whether that would be more or less than Qantas workers. Does that seem like a credible argument to you?
Well, it's not a credible argument, and it's not something that the committee has to accept from the mouths of the Transport Workers Union. The committee has available to it as well the now 3 decisions of the federal court, which has really shone a light on the real nature of this transaction. The proposed savings that were put up by Qantas were plucked out of thin air. The TWU engaged Ernst & Young to put together a bid. Reprehensible as it was, these workers had to bid for their own jobs, and they did so, and they put forward propositions that would have saved the company money, and they did that by further tailoring their operations, by figuring out how they could do better turnarounds with aircraft. Propositions that could have been negotiated in good faith through enterprise arrangements and consultation procedures in the agreement. But of course, that was all a farce. Qantas really had no intention, and they admitted so during proceedings, of taking seriously that in-house bid from these workers. They had decided long before that they were going to contract out this work. And the federal court found that the reason for that was not about savings. The reason for that was that they wanted to avoid bargaining with those workers again when the work started to ramp back up in the following year. That's the truth of the matter. And if we have a system that enables that, and workers are forced to fight for 2 years in the federal court to seek some redress, then we've got a system that's broken and that needs some urgent rectification.
Mm. And so the bid by the workers compared to the bid by Swissport, both were saving money. Do you know what the difference in the quantum there was?
Well, in fact, on the Ernst & Young figures, the bid put forward by the workers across the country was in excess of the 100 million that Qantas quotes. Qantas disputes that, but at the end of the day, when you put the Ernst & Young figures up, I mean, this is one of the big four. We're not talking about a union official locking themselves in their office for a couple of days and coming up with some fictitious figures. This is Ernst & Young that went and did deep dive analysis of what should be put forward. But when you combine that with the real decision, then we know what's actually occurred here. So, this is a company that could have sat down with its workforce, could have consulted with them and with the union on their behalf, which we think that might have been the real motivation here, and the federal court agreed. They could have sat down and dealt with any concerns they had about costs or about ageing equipment, but they chose not to do that. They chose to take the low road, and that low road is going to hurt the company into the future, because they're either going to be forced to put those workers back on, federal court will force them to put them back on, or they're going to be stuck with a substandard workforce, which is not going to provide comfort to the company or its customers into the future.
Mm. So in terms of the Swissport proposal, what are some of the ways that they were able to cut their labour costs?
Well, it was Troy is on the line here. He may be able to assist with this, but it was not revolutionary. This was about talking about shift patterns and shift arrangements. These are things that are normally done in any negotiation. Qantas wants it to sound as if the workforce was hopelessly overpriced. Well, that's not the case. The workforce was paid appropriately. They'd reached agreements with the company over many years about what were appropriate terms and conditions, including pay. And over many years and over many negotiations, the company had put forward propositions about how they wanted to amend shifts, tailor shifts, put further efficiencies in place, and our system facilitates that. And it would have facilitated it on this occasion, but Qantas decided that its real intention should be pursued under the cover of COVID while there was literally no flying occurring, and that was that it would avoid having to bargain with the workforce or with the union again in relation to the below-wing operation. That was the real motivation here. And the price was a sideshow which could have been dealt with if there had been good faith bargaining.
So are they using a split shift system? Can you outline for us what some of the conditions are for those people doing split shifts?
Yeah, if it's okay, Senator, I might hand over to Mr. Rogers to take you through that. He's had some close contact with this work.
Thank you, Senator. The conditions that they're working under are split shifts, as we know, 3 to 4 hour shifts. There's also long periods of unpaid waiting time between those split shifts, where we've seen workers forced to sleep at the airport in between those to save costs and to stay there at the workplace. Is what this has led to is a high turnover of staff due to unsustainable wages and conditions, which also leads to a lack of knowledge or on-the-job stuff due to that high turnover, because before they can really gain that knowledge, they're finding work elsewhere so they can sustain living arrangements. And look, one of the things they do is often workers are left to do what is called a strip and a turn, which is basically removing the items of the aircraft and turning that aircraft around and sending it back out again fully loaded, with 2 staff, which is it's ludicrous. It leads to high levels of worker incidents, on-the-job incidents and injuries, and they're just some of the conditions that they use to cut these costs.
And just with Swissport again, in terms of the proposing and implementing agreements, what's their record with complying with the Better Off Overall test?
Well, it's terrible. In short, in 2019, the Fair Work Commission found that a Swissport agreement, which had been in place since 2012, failed the boot test. It was less beneficial than the conditions provided for under the award. It provided such things as only 60 hours of guaranteed work per month with no weekly guarantee, 3-hour minimum shifts, below award rates for the weekends and other public holidays, no allowances for overtime or night work, as were the minimum standards in the underpinning award, and of course what we've just spoken about now, split shifts. So this is a company that has been operating under an agreement that has been legally substandard, and this is what Qantas has described as an expert ground handling firm. Indeed, Swissport, the working conditions at Swissport have been highlighted right around the world. And in Australia, what we've seen that as a result of those split shifts is we've had workers that are being underpaid as much as $16 an hour, depending on the shift. We've had out of 1 point 326 staff at Sydney Airport in a 1-year reporting period. We had 132 injury incidents, and you know this is what occurs when you are working to the bone. You are working workers to the bone. And, you know, that doesn't stop there. We've had security incidents. We've had passengers at Perth Airport being allowed airside to collect their baggage because there was only one baggage handler left to unload the entire aircraft. We've had evidence of staff being forced back to work while they're injured. So this is a company that has endemic problems, underpayments, below legal conditions, and that's what Qantas has outsourced a vast majority of its work around the country to.
That's very alarming. Thank you so much. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Gregan. Just something I just want to go to this question of processes for injured workers. You mentioned the high incidence of injuries. Have there been occasions when injured workers have been required to resume or continue work? And you touched on that. I'm just wondering whether you're able to expand on any detail.
There have been, Mr. Rogers. I don't know if you've got the detail in your head. If not, we can take it on notice.
Thank you, Senator. What the model that they use is when a worker's injured, to avoid a workers' comp claim, they'll send a worker to a physio report, and often the physio will give them an all clear and send them back to work quite quickly. But as far as details go, we'll take that on notice.
Thank you for that. Mr. Kane, you mentioned that there were security implications. Could you, in your evidence earlier, are you able to expand on what those security implications might be?
Yes, I might go to Mr. Rogers again as well, but clearly one of the key things here is the high turnover of staff. I'll get the terminology wrong, but there needs to be appropriate accreditation in place, but also it's about appropriate experience and having the awareness of the dangers of the job, and the turnover of staff. We understand it's very close. Mr. Rogers, this is correct that over a period of 2 or 3 years, you can have the entire staff being turned over. In a company like Swissport, I think there's around 3,000 workers now in Australia. And of course, that is absolutely devastating. And of course, I've mentioned already that the fact that you've got a baggage handler left alone in Perth to unload an aircraft with passengers being allowed airside. So, I mean, it's that type of lapse that comes from just inadequate systems and workers being worked to the bone that could all too easily end up in disaster. Mr. Rogers, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Nothing to add to that, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to go back to these questions regarding the Qantas and Swissport. Did Qantas, are you aware whether Qantas asked Swissport about the pay and safety and conditions of Swissport workers when they illegally outsourced 2,000 jobs last year?
No, our understanding is that whenever challenged about this issue, Qantas has said that it's nothing to do with them. That is, the terms and conditions of workers at Swissport are a matter for Swissport. Now, of course, we know that that the public record shows that Swissport had been found by the Fair Work Commission to be legally underpaying and illegally not complying with the very base award, and Qantas did that in full sight did the outsourcing in full sight of that decision. So we've got a situation where quite clearly Qantas says that they have no responsibility, that their hands are clean because in their public pronouncements they say we are sending this work to expert ground handling companies. Well, I think we've made it very clear today that we've got serious concerns about that label ever being able to be applied to Swissport in their operations and their history in Australia.
Mr. Rogers, just thank you for that. Have many of the 2,000 Qantas workers been offered jobs at outsourced providers such as Swissport?
Senator, of the workers that we have contact with, none of them have managed to be successfully employed by Swissport since they've been outsourced.
So people have applied with years of experience and not been employed by Swissport?
That's correct.
Why do you think that's the case?
I think there was a stigmata that came with those employees, and I think that they were scared to take them on because of their employer.
Sorry, I missed that last bit. They were scared to take them on for what? For what reason?
Well, Swissport is ultimately employed by Qantas, so they were hesitant to take on those employees and have them in their ranks because Qantas just moved them on themselves.
Thank you. Mr. Kane, do you want to add anything to that? No need to if Mr. Rogers has covered it.
No, I think that the essence of that is correct, and I think the the underpinning answer is found in the reasoning of the federal court. Qantas, one can easily imagine a situation, particularly in the light of the fact that we know that none of the workers that we know or are aware of applied for work at Swissport have succeeded in obtaining work at Swissport. Then we know that that it is likely that the reason for that is that Swissport does not want workers in their ranks who have demonstrated the capacity to stand up for themselves, their workmates and their families, collectivise, join a union and achieve enhanced terms and conditions. I think that's the reason. Now, whether there was any discussion between Qantas and Swissport, any express discussion about that, we don't know at this stage. But I think it is highly likely that that is the underpinning reason.
One of the recommendations of this committee in our most recent interim report concerned an independent body to make and enforce standards on aviation industry participants. Why would you perceive a body being needed, and what benefits would it deliver to both workers, passengers, but also companies?
Well, what we've seen, and the pandemic really has brought this to a head, is that companies like Qantas are driven almost exclusively by the short-term imperatives that they have in terms of finances and the long-term wishes they have in terms of ensuring that they can do whatever they like in terms of their workforce and dictate terms and conditions. And that is a recipe that we are suggesting and has already been demonstrated to be quite disastrous. It's disastrous in terms of the job security of workers, the way that they are unable to look after themselves and their families because they don't have that security. They don't have enough money because the rates are too low. We've spoken about security incidents and the safety outcomes, the injury devastation that occurs when we get the recipe wrong. And we see the devastation through the splintering of workers, essentially being pitted in competition with each other as one-on-one workers, when really what's needed for our community in aviation are workers that are engaged by airlines, by the employers that are actually getting the economic benefit from the industry. And to do that, you need a body that takes an independent view, is able to take an eagle-eyed view about what is required, not just for the instant profit imperatives of a company at any particular point in time, but for the longer sweep of what the community requires, what workers require, what families require, because it's that holistic view that is absolutely missing. It is like an aviation Hunger Games at the moment, and it is only a matter of time, unfortunately, that in addition to all that devastation, that this will end up in some major incident and no second chances at 30,000 feet. So if we have a body that is able to, doesn't have to act, but it can sit above all of that, it has the power to examine the structures of the industry, the terms and conditions, the arrangements in the industry, and has the power to act if necessary, then we take that short-termism out, and we start to inject back into aviation, such a critical sector for us in Australia, for our domestic market, and as an island, as a bridge to the rest of the global community. We start to inject back into that the community interests and the interests of Australian families and Australian workers.
And of course, would you consider aviation a national security imperative, that we have an aviation industry that's sustainable, largely driven by Australian nationals or residents?
I think it's absolutely critical. It's critical infrastructure. It's part of what keeps us safe. It's part of what fuels our economy, yes, but it's a part of what keeps us safe. The pandemic has reminded us, and recent geopolitical tensions have reminded us that we need strength. We don't need companies making short-term decisions solely in their interests in an industry like aviation. We need an overlay that injects back into that the importance of national security, the importance of passenger safety, and the importance of this industry returning to one that actually supports Australian families, where workers can come for a career and support themselves and their families in the medium to long term.
Thank you. Just this question of responsibility in outsourced supply chains and specifically using the example of Qantas to Swissport. For actions that are taken by Swissport, should Qantas be held to account for those actions, both on pay, safety, security?
Well, I think that any common sense test would have this at the forefront, and that is that if you are the entity that is reaping the economic benefit from your enterprise, from the work that you do, from your operation, then you have responsibility for ensuring that that operation is undertaken in a safe manner. That is actually the intent of our industrial and workplace safety system. And companies like Qantas have made a laughing stock of that system because they quite proudly announce that they are shoving off responsibility to another entity. In fact, of course, all of those workers, they're working on Qantas planes, they're working in Qantas planes, they're working on the tarmac. They're the ones that are charged with the responsibility of getting the balance right in the belly of the aircraft when they're putting the luggage in there. These are critical, in every sense of the word, critical operations that Qantas reaps the economic benefit from. The notion that they can somehow, just by the flick of a legal pen, push that responsibility to someone else, still retain the economic benefit, squeeze more dollars from those operations, with the consequence that those operations are cheaper and less safe, is not a proposition that I think any Australian would readily tick off. We've got a real problem here, and the problem is this: that companies like Qantas are getting away with outsourcing their responsibility, but woe betide anyone who comes in and says that they shouldn't have a share of their profit go back into the community. So we've got to get the balance right. The balance was way out of whack. When a company like Qantas gets economic benefit, they should have the responsibility to ensure that their operations are safe, they're secure, and that workers are properly taken care of.
Yeah, it's particularly disturbing, the evidence you're giving, that in June 2019, 132 injury incidents in 1 year at Swissport among just 324 Swissport staff at Sydney Airport. The long list of breaches of employment relationships and conditions and wages, which have been found to be below the Better Off Overall test, and considerable issues of physical security and the impact that has on potentially national security, but also the safety of passengers. It's fraught that we haven't got a system that allows us to be able to deal yourselves and us, I say, as a community, to be able to deal with those issues, because it appears that this is not falling through the cracks. This is a great and big hole that people's working conditions and safety are falling into. There is decades of evidence linking unsustainable pay and conditions for road transport workers with unsafe road practices. The Swissport's record on workers' pay and conditions, and what we've seen with their safety record, an example of that in aviation.
Well, I think it's the prime example of that in aviation. It the evidence in road transport is empirical. That is, there've been studies done. There are studies underway in aviation now. We're strongly hoping they come to fruition shortly. But the general proposition is this: that if you put workers in a position where they are fatigued, where they have to sleep near the baggage carousel in between illegal split shifts, where they're paid so poorly that they are literally in a Hunger Games to get the next shift, then of course you've got workers there that are not only exploited, but they're fatigued. They are not going to be on the top of their game. If you've got that kind of those kinds of terms and conditions, it's going to be hard to attract workers. And if you do attract them, you're going to have a high turnover. If you have a high turnover, then of course you're going to have more inexperienced workforce that are again beset by those fatigue issues. So it is a spiral that has no hope in and of itself of becoming an upward spiral. It can only get lower and lower. And what we've seen is that it's gone even below the legal minimum. And companies like Qantas are able to ignore findings of the Fair Work Commission that this company has been operating illegally, and then despite that, outsource the work to them and say that they have no knowledge of the terms and conditions that apply to these workers. So this is a system that's broken. When you have these types of terms and conditions for workers, you are going to get safety incidents. You're going to get people who are hurt, and you are going to get unsafe practices. We've seen that in road transport. Swissport is the example of how it's happening in aviation, and it's up to us as a community to figure the pathway out. And I think we've been touching on some of those solutions today, Senator.
I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us today. Your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you've taken questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of December 2021. Thank you again and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
I now welcome Mr. Brad Moore from Swissport, and thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon. I am joined by Senator Ben Small on the telephone and Senator Karen Grogan on video conference. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Brad Moore. Sorry, what else did you want, Senator?
I am in the capacity that you're appearing.
Brad Moore, I'm the Managing Director of Swissport Asia Pacific.
Thank you very much. I note that Swissport has not provided a submission to the inquiry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you to make a short opening statement of around 3 minutes to allow time for questions, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity to attend the hearing on the most important topic of job security. My name is Brad Moore. I am Swissport's Managing Director for Asia Pacific. I joined the business in April of this year. For those of you not familiar with Swissport, we are a cargo handling and ground services business that provides specialist service to airlines and airports throughout the world. We've operated here in Australia for 28 years with a head office proudly based in Brisbane, Queensland. And today we support all major domestic airlines and several international carriers. We provide a range of services on the tarmac and inside and around the airport precinct. Late last year, Swissport was awarded 3 of 20 contracts issued by Qantas as part of their outsourcing program. I'd like to make 3 points in my opening remarks this afternoon. First is engaging specialist providers, specialist ground handling providers, is a worldwide trend that's becoming standard practice globally. A report a while ago by KPMG modestly projected that 70% of the global ground handling industry would be completed by independent ground handling specialist firms by 2022. That's up from just 24% in 2007. And that's because businesses like Swissport have invested in critical systems, processes, equipment and technology, and also have the experience to achieve the best efficiency and highest operational performance for our airline customers. Essentially, organisations like Swissport are specialists in the ground services and ground handling space. It's all we think about, we specialise in it, and it is our focus. It's also because airlines increasingly want to focus on what they do best, which is fly aeroplanes. The result is that today Australia's aviation industry is supported by a number of specialist ground handling companies like ours. The second is that Swissport jobs are permanent and secure. To deliver the best service for airlines and their customers, Swissport needs a loyal, engaged and motivated workforce. Fundamental to this is providing permanent, secure work. I'm proud to report that 99.95% of our 2,000 ground handling colleagues are employed on a permanent and secure basis. Swissport does not engage labour hire and has not engaged casuals for some time. We regularly celebrate our employees reaching 10, 15 and 20 years with our business, and long tenure is testament to the opportunities and conditions that we provide. Third is that Swissport enjoys overwhelming support from our team. We have a good relationship with our people and a highly stable and collaborative culture. We never stop consulting with our team members, which helps ensure our agreements reflect what matters most to our people. We work hard to balance their needs with what our business needs are and provide them with ongoing job security and career opportunities. Swissport has achieved greater than 91% support from its employees on all historical votes for collective agreements. Swissport has a special culture where team members and leaders work together to provide the best service for our airline and airport customers. Working with many airlines and many airport locations means a diversity of work and career opportunities. And testimony to that is that we have invested in over 350,000 hours of training for our staff in 2021. In conclusion, the ground operations landscape has changed significantly over the last 20 to 25 years, with airlines around the globe outsourcing these important services to independent specialist companies like Swissport. Key to Swissport's success is a balance between meeting the airline's demands on the ground and sustaining workforce morale and motivation. You can't drive optimisation if your employees don't believe that you're putting their interests first. Swissport has a happy and secure workforce who overwhelmingly endorse our company and who our airline partners increasingly count on for the survival and sustainability of Australian aviation. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and thank you for that introduction. There's a line of question I want to ask you about, but just to go to some of the evidence you just put on the record. What is the turnover of evidence was given earlier? I'm not sure if you heard the evidence given by the Transport Workers Union prior to you coming on, but they've asserted that the turnover over 3 years is almost equivalent to the entire workforce. Would that be accurate, or have you got a differing view?
Senator, I've been here since April, so I've been watching turnover pretty closely, particularly as we've gone into lockdowns, and we're all aware of the impact that those things have had on the aviation sector. So the focus for me on the turnover was particularly during that period, particularly as we looked to the ramp up in operations as is coming during December and ongoing. So during that period, we've had a 21% turnover according to our records.
Thank you. Are you able to come back to us on the figures of turnover of number of staff left and number of staff employed over the previous 3 years? If you can take it on notice, that would be of assistance.
I'll take that on notice, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to go to this question, and thank you for the evidence regarding a permanent workforce. What percentage of those workers are guaranteed a 38-hour week, and what percentage are part-time employees? And have you got an average of the amount of part-time hours that are in their minimum standard agreements for part-timers?
Yes, so we have a minimum guarantee of 60 hours, which employees can regularly extend up to 154. During COVID, as we're all aware, the operating environment has been very unpredictable. So the hours have varied quite considerably. We're optimistic and hoping that with the recovery and as we come out of the COVID pandemic, that will stabilise and normalised hours will return for our staff.
And that's, just so I'm clear, it's 60 hours over a month, is that correct?
Up to 154, Senator. So that's the minimum, but our employees have the opportunity to work beyond that and up to and beyond 154 per month.
Righto, thanks. Sorry, I just wasn't clear where the 60 hours came into it from your point of view.
60 hours is the minimum guarantee. So we give all of our staff a minimum guarantee and then we offer them opportunities above and beyond that to work up to 154.
All right, thanks. That's helpful. Thank you. It's clear. And you've touched this in your evidence already and appreciate it. Challenges for many industries, but particularly aviation. And I'm sure the frustrations that during to understand all medical orders that borders have been shut and governments have had that as a result of that. So there's been an impact on the industry and particularly ground handling work. The Retaining Domestic Airline Capability Fund, or the RDAC fund, was the emergency support payment for airline employees in recent months during the lockdowns. Now, that was introduced after JobKeeper ended. Is it true that the aviation services companies were excluded from that payment?
Yes, that is correct, Senator. And look, I want to be fulsome in my answer here. There have been certain benefits afforded which have been very helpful from the government, such as JobKeeper and the training grant to the aviation ground handling community. On this one, it wasn't extended to the aviation ground handlers. We believed that would have been helpful, if not instrumental, in ensuring that we retained the maximum number of workers as possible, particularly as we came through the current period of downturn and emerged into the recovery and the ramp up of operations.
Thank you, Thad. Just what's the how do you rate the value? May have a system, or you may have an observation. Rate the value of people that are working consistently in the business, and that goes to the point of the RDACF fund. Obviously, when you've got to ramp up or ramp down, having a ongoing workforce, how important that is that to your operation? I think I'd imply it important to all operations based on your evidence, I would suspect.
Senator, I would suggest there's a balance of factors that are super important in this process. Most critical is, of course, your training and skilling of your staff, whether they've been, no matter what their tenure or their stand down period, to ensure that you have the appropriate checks and balances in your operation with the training, the upskilling, the coaching on the job, the assessments, to make sure that people are both skilled and competent to perform the tasks required. Within that, continuity of work is one factor that is certainly helpful. However, the important thing, and the most important thing for me, is to ensure that we provide the support for all staff, whether they've been continuously working through this period or whether they haven't because of the lockdowns, that when they do return to the job, that we provide them with the training, the refresher training, the on-the-job coaching, the oversight and the assessments, to make sure that everyone, including the staff, can have confidence of doing their tasks appropriately.
Thank you. The retaining, it's back to the RDAC fund, the Retaining Domestic Airline Capability Fund. Did you receive an explanation for why you were left out of that fund?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. There's been no official correspondence that I'm aware of that has given us an explanation, no.
If you can just take that on notice, just in case there is, that would be appreciative.
I'll take it on notice to check, indeed.
Is it true that you won the ground handling work that Qantas illegally outsourced at Sydney and Melbourne airports late last year?
There were 20, and bear in mind, Senator, that I wasn't present neither in the country nor with Swissport at the time. But to the best of my knowledge, there were 20 contracts available from Qantas during that process, of which Swissport won 3.
Thank you. And were they Sydney Airport operations, were they?
Sydney and Melbourne and Canberra.
Thank you. So if those workers, if they were Qantas employees, would have had access to the RDAC fund, but because they were outsourced, the people doing those jobs do not have access to the RDAC fund. Is that by the government's design, or is that correct?
I'm not sure what your question is, Senator, sorry.
The question is this: if those workers had continued on, I'm just looking at this RDAC fund in the context of the COVID response, and you've given some fulsome answers on it. I appreciate that. I'm asking this aspect of it, just to clarify it. If somebody was a Qantas employee working ground handling, they would get paid, and for that Qantas ground handling work that now is shifted to your operations and others, it doesn't get paid. Is that correct?
I understand, yes, that is correct. I'm just trying to think through exactly what you said there, Senator. But yes, I think it is correct, but I will take it on notice just to confirm.
Thank you. It's really just to the point, probably I may have beaten the egg too much, but basically what I was saying is that Qantas employees are getting it, but Qantas work that's been outsourced is not getting it.
Let me, just to make sure that I'm expressing my response clearly and accurately, I understand that there are locations where there would be airline workers who receive it whilst their ground handling industry peers did not.
Thank you. And when the Qantas illegally outsourced the ground handling jobs, did they at any point ask Swissport what your workers were doing work-wise and for the performance of the company, including earnings of those workers?
Senator, that was well before my time, Senator. I'm not in a position to answer that.
Did Qantas at any point request that the outsourced workers would receive pay or conditions comparable to the pay conditions that were available to the Qantas employees before they were outsourced?
Again, Senator, the process that happened there, I was not a part of. So I joined the company in April, so the whole tender and process was completed well before my time with Swissport.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and I appreciate that evidence. Would you be able to take that on notice?
Yes, I can take that on notice, yeah.
And if you could just take on notice, it's sort of the heart of the question, and that is that was Qantas aware of the pay conditions your workers received, which is the critical part of the question. I may come back to myself, but I'll now go to Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Qantas appeared before this committee in October, and they didn't know how much your workers were paid. Can you let us know how much what your pay rates are, so that we can then pass that on to Qantas?
Sure. Look, and they're all publicly available, so there's no secret in terms of our pay rates. That's all a publicly approved EBA by the Fair Work Commission. So we can provide those. But to give you some context, I think it is a good question. Within the EBA, there are 28 pay rate schedules. If you look at those pay rates compared to the Qantas EBA that was in application at the time of the RFP, 26 of the 28 are higher with Swissport than what they are for Qantas. If you look at the Qantas Ground Services, the QGS agreement, 28 of 28 are higher with the Swissport EBA than the QGS agreement. And then if you look at the award, 28 of 28 are higher pay rates with Swissport than what they are with the award.
So that for the same job, for the identical job?
Yes, that's right. Yes, for the like-for-like comparison of the positions within the agreements. Yes.
Senator Grogan, just so I don't cut across your line of questioning later, but I just want to ask an additional question on that. You're talking about the base rate, or you're talking about the all-up all the other payments that people are entitled to, such as the various allowances, weekend penalties, shift penalties, etc. So is that factored in? So when you take into account, you know, working for weekends, or are you talking simply about the base rate, Mr. Moore?
That's a base rate comparison, Senator, and different agreements have different provisions over all the other factors. But the most direct lens, you know, that I could look through, because I did have a look at this, is the base rate comparison.
No, thank you for that. I just recognise it's a highly shift-based industry with substantial weekend work. Sorry, Senator Grogan, back to you.
Thank you. When you, I wonder if you are going to provide that information, you could provide us with those additional loadings and what you actually pay in terms of loadings and shift penalties.
That's a very complex exercise, because they're all very different. So, as I understand that, trying to draw a like-for-like comparison of things beyond that is exceptionally difficult and complex, which is why I referenced the base rates. But look, there are some things, you know, that I'll note that other agreements enjoy that are different to our agreement. You know, for example, split shifts in our agreement are voluntary, not compulsory, which means we don't roster split shifts at Swissport, where some of our competitors' agreements have them built in. So there are, I think, 8 of the competitors' agreements that actually have the opportunity to compulsorily roster split shifts, whereas in Swissport, our agreement doesn't provide that. So they are different. In some cases, it's different. It's very difficult to draw a direct comparison, which is why I reference the base pay rates as the most direct and straightforward way to compare the relevant agreements.
With your split shifts, you say that they're not compulsory, that they're voluntary. How voluntary are they? I mean, often if you're working for an employer and it's known but not written down that if you don't volunteer for the split shifts, then you don't get the other shifts, and your employment may come to a sticky end.
Certainly not the case, Senator. So our rostering system is hard-coded so that split shifts are not rostered. And it's only in circumstances where something unplanned or the employee requests, because there are situations where employees will request to do a split shift, that we will consider it and go through a process to apply it. But those situations are exceptionally rare. Our operation is based on one shift and not on a split shift structure.
Okay. I think that might contradict some of the other evidence that we've heard and may require some further investigation. So in terms of the other conditions of your ground handling workers, what proportion of them are permanent full-time as opposed to permanent part-time?
99.95% of our employees are permanent employees. And we do have most of those employees are permanent part-time. I don't have the exact number with me, Senator, but most employees are permanent part-time. And as I spoke previously, they can participate in work hours, a minimum of 60, up to and beyond 154 per month.
So that's minimum 60 hours a month, which is what you were speaking about earlier?
Yes.
And what's the rationale for that particular pattern of working, or that particular?
It's a feature of the industry, Senator. So unlike, so I sort of worked across a number of sectors, and in some sectors, you know, if you have a factory, for example, that's producing widgets, and you control the production cycle, then you can spread the work out evenly over a 8, 16 or 24-hour period, depending on how you work. Which means that you're in control of the work hours, and you can control the hours of work for your staff and can afford the employment structure associated with that. When you look at aviation, particularly in the ground handling sector, the work is largely, it's defined by the airline schedules. The airline schedules by nature are very peaky. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but they tend to work on a hub and spoke system where the aircraft will come into a hub, people will connect, and then they will leave, and then there will be very little activity for an extended period until the aircraft come back again. For that reason, the nature of the work that we provide is what is the industry structures, not only here but worldwide, to tailor for the structural elements of the aviation sector.
So while that work was in-house at Qantas, my understanding is that's not the pattern they had. So there would have been more permanent, more full-time work, and maybe a more secure sense of how that was going to roll out compared to what you're offering here. And that would you say that the work that people are doing now is more insecure?
Yes, I'd say our work is absolutely secure. People join us, they have absolute confidence that their employment is secure with Swissport. And the testimony and our records of employment attest to that. So as I said before, that we don't do casual employment. All employees are indeed permanent. So that when you join Swissport and you sign up with us, you have commitments of permanent employment.
And so if your minimum is 60, what's the average hours that people would work a week?
Senator, it's at the moment it's all over the place because of the lockdowns, and so whilst we're trying to maximise the hours and distribute them as evenly as possible so that everyone gets access to work during the lockdown and the sporadic nature of the work, there's been no real predictable nature of the hours ever since COVID, certainly during my time with Swissport, but as I understand during the whole COVID pandemic.
So if workers don't reach the 60 hours minimum and they're on a permanent contract, do you still pay them the full 60 hours?
Yes, they get paid up to the minimum. Yes, as I understand. So let me just take that on notice to confirm. There are some items here, as given my newness to the position and the business, that I'll just take on notice. But yes, my understanding is that's correct. Yes.
And from what we can gather, you've had numerous issues in recent years with your enterprise agreements failing the Better Off Overall test.
No, that's untrue, Senator. Our enterprise agreement on the 20th of January of this year was in fact approved by the Fair Work Commission. As part of that approval was an assessment against the Better Off Overall test, of which it passed, and it wouldn't have been approved otherwise. So we have a legitimate legal agreement approved by the Fair Work Commission, Commissioner Johns, 20th of January 2021, that meets all the legal requirements of our country.
But for the 4 years prior to that, it was rejected twice. Is that right?
It wasn't rejected for failing the boot, as I understand, Senator. The reason, and again, this was before my time, so I'll qualify remarks accordingly, but the reason it was rejected was because on the first approval, it was assessed against the boot and passed. On further review and appeal, it was decided that the principles or the criteria of the boot wasn't absolutely complete or correct. So it was required to be reassessed again, and it went through that process and again was passed on the 20th of January.
I wonder if you'd like to provide us with some evidence, tables and documents for us, because the evidence we have would indicate quite clearly that you failed the boot test twice in the lead up to your agreement being accepted in January 2021.
Senator, I think that they're all publicly available in the decisions, is my understanding. So we can provide you with those decisions if you like, but I think they're publicly available.
My point being that you failed the boot test twice, and your evidence here being that you don't believe you did. Exactly those public documents state that you did.
We've never been on record as or been documented as having failed the boot test, Swissport's agreements. And again, I'm happy to provide the relevant decisions, Senator, but they are publicly available as I understand.
Thank you. So again, when Qantas came to speak to this committee, they said that by illegally outsourcing the work, they had saved about $100 million a year. Is that your understanding?
We've got no information regarding what the commercials or the financials of Qantas.
Did Qantas ever raise with Swissport a concern when those jobs were being illegally outsourced about any history of Swissport providing below award conditions?
Karen, Senator, this was again before my time. I wasn't part of that process. I joined the company in April this year, so I'm not in a position to comment.
Yeah, I wonder if some history before you attended might have been useful. So if we accept the fact that Qantas has saved about $100 million a year, which I don't think...
Again, Senator, I'm not aware whether that's true or not. I've got no information on what Qantas's financial savings or structure is.
They've been quite clear about it. Do you have any sense, given your experience in the industry, even though I appreciate the last couple of questions, you don't have any history with the organisation, with Swissport, beyond when you started, how much of that savings, when you think about it and your knowledge of the industry, would you say would have been on labour costs?
Senator, look, I can't comment on either the number or if Qantas has indeed saved anything, but what I can comment on is that specialist ground handlers are indeed specialists in their part of the industry, which is ground services and ground handling. Now, what that means is that we invest in our industry. So and I have done the role of overseeing the internal ground handling structure within large airlines, is you are just one cog in a very big wheel for an airline. So the airline is focusing on a multitude of things, of which the ground handling division is one. When you're a specialist ground handler, and I can talk to this directly given my experience now with Swissport, you see that they invest in specialist tools, technology, systems and processes. And the comparison is that the people in the Swissport business are thinking 24/7 about ground handling. What that means is that when you look at the systems and the processes, they're finely tuned and designed with great expertise so that they can meet both the needs of the airlines, our customers, they're appropriate for our staff, and they're indeed optimised. And I think that is a key factor in probably the considerations not only Qantas but a number of airlines around the world, why they're going down the path of outsourcing this particular piece of the operation to specialist providers like Swissport.
Thank you. I might hand back to the chair.
Thank you very much for that. So there's some of the evidence we received, and thank you, Mr. Moore. The evidence we received earlier today was that regarding the hiring of people who had lost their jobs at Qantas, and there was some commentary in the union about it. I wasn't quite clear. Were you able to hear the evidence that was given before your evidence? Mr.
No,
Moore?
I wasn't. I wasn't, Senator.
Good, thank you. Just want to, in the period that there was the Qantas had terminated jobs, intending to terminate jobs, did they say to you at any time to the company that that Qantas employees be hired by yourself or other contractors? Are you aware?
Senator, again, that was part of a period of a process that I wasn't present. I joined the company in April, so all that occurred prior to my time.
Thank you. If you take that on notice, it's a pretty question, if that's okay. Just Just wondering then, are you aware whether you've hired any Qantas workers? Because the evidence we've received is that workers have applied got years of experience in the industry and to work at Swissport, but they have not been hired.
Well, I can tell you this, Senator, is that one of the most enjoyable parts of my job, either with Swissport or when I was with airlines, is actually being part of the operation. I love nothing more than walking through the operation and talking to the staff. And on a recent, as I did that recently, I actually met two of my former Qantas colleagues on the ramp in Sydney. So I presume the answer is absolutely yes, that there's been some ex-Qantas workers employed with Swissport.
Thank you for that. And they're working on the ramp, are they? As ramp workers?
Yeah, that's where I met them. They were on the ramp, yes. That's where they were working at.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And thank you for clarifying that. I very much appreciate it. I have no further questions. And just want to say I appreciate you coming in this afternoon and laying out your evidence, and that evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its final report. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of December 2021. And thank you again, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Senator.
We'll just suspend briefly. Thank you. I now welcome Mr. Carleton and Mr. Robertson from the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, and thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on the telephone and Senator Karen Grogan on video conference. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Certainly. It's Andrew Culloden, representing CBA.
Thank you.
And Ewan Robertson. I'm the General Manager of Government Affairs, Industry and Sustainability, also at CBA.
Good, thanks very much. I know that CBA has not provided a submission to the inquiry, is that correct?
That's right, Senator.
Thank you. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you to make a short opening statement of around 3 minutes to allow time for questions, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Mr. Carleton.
Sorry, just confirming I had the video started. Thank you for inviting the Commonwealth Bank of Australia to appear before the Senate Select Committee hearing on job security. I'd like to make a brief opening statement. In opening, I acknowledge the traditional owners of lands on which we all meet today. With approximately 46,000 employees, Commonwealth Bank is one of the largest employers in the country. Around 92% of our workforce are permanent employees, 5% are engaged through labour hire, 2% are employed on fixed term arrangements, and under 1% are employed casually. 92% of our people are based in Australia, with the remaining 8% located in more than 10 countries around the world. 15% of our permanent workforce work part-time. In the last 12 months, through the combination of attrition and the creation of new roles, we have hired over 10,000 people externally, the vast majority of which are based in Australia, and we continue to recruit across a broad array of skills. 36% of those hired in the last 12 months were under 30 years of age, and 11% were over 45 years of age. As the economy digitises, demand for skills to support the transition is growing rapidly, both in the finance sector, but also more broadly across Australia. We are strongly focused on ensuring CBA has the appropriate diversity of experience and strategic capabilities in order to deliver for its customers as their expectations evolve. Each year, we invest close to $100 million in training our people, with more than 2.2 million learning events delivered in the last 12 months across every division of our organisation. We also invest heavily in the engagement and wellbeing of our people through a wide range of initiatives covering matters like diversity in its many aspects, physical and mental health, and work-life balance. We recognise the pandemic negatively impacted many, and so made available a range of programs of support, with around 10,000 of our people participating in over 15,000 sessions, covering evidence-based practical content. Our people and their families have access to a confidential, free coaching and counselling service conducted by experts external to the bank. We also have strong protections in place to support those who wish to raise concerns about their workplace and to ensure those concerns are taken seriously, but also their confidentiality is maintained. We regularly conduct surveys to hear about the experience of work at CBA and to identify ways to improve. Our goal is for CBA to be a positive and rewarding place to work, both now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now ask Senator Small to ask questions.
Great, thanks very much, Chair. You mentioned there that high demand skills are in short supply, and yet you've taken on many thousands of employees over the last 12 months through the pandemic. So what's CBA's approach here in terms of building capability internally, or is your approach basically as a big employer simply to source them externally and poach them from other parts of the economy?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So our approach is, one, we recognise that, this industry is struggling to get certain skills, and we have a role as one of the largest employers to actually build those skills, both for our organisation but also for Australia more broadly. Some of the things we have in place are partnerships. So, for example, we've just recently setting up a tech employment hub in Adelaide, working with the local government and local unis to actually build a talent pipeline around cyber and a number of tech roles. We also have a fairly comprehensive approach to redeployment inside this organisation. So we've had a lot of great success there in redeploying people into other new roles. But one of the other things that we've had, I think, good success with is we recognise that actually the roles that we're doing inside this organisation more broadly across the industry and across Australia are certainly changing. And so we have a responsibility to actually make sure that our people can evolve to those new skills. And so we've done a number of pilots recently about basically reskilling our people voluntarily into new areas. That pilot was focused on two key areas. One is the Risk Controls Office. That was a certain key focus. And the other area that we really tried to reskill our people into was data analytics. So those two pilots ran. There were 8 to 12 weeks of coaching and support. They also had on-the-job training, and the summary of those two pilots was that actually 72% of the people who participated got put into those new roles in those two new key areas. Off the back of that pilot, we've now extended it to 5 other key skill areas, and so that's something that we're looking to extend more broadly. So we certainly have a responsibility to our people to make sure we reskill them into the new roles that we can see are on us now and into the future.
Okay, thank you. You spoke just then in your opening statement that 92% of CBA's workforce are currently employed in a permanent employment arrangement. Has that changed over recent years? And do you have plans, I guess, to restructure your workforce in the short to medium term?
Senator, we have no plans to see any material changes to our permanent status. The last time I looked at this, going back both 3 years, 5 years, and actually indeed 10 years, our rate of permanent has hovered between 90.1% and 92.9%. So we've had a kind of like a 3% margin over a decade. So it's a fairly stable number that we expect to continue into the future as well.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you've got 5% labour hire and 1% casual composition there in terms of the overall workforce. I'm sure you'd be aware we had the FSU in front of the committee earlier this morning who articulated their position that CBA has 419 casuals, of which 4 converted to some sort of permanent employment arrangement, so, roughly 1%. Now, that seems very low. Do you have a view on those numbers? Are they accurate? Is there something underpinning such a low conversion rate? Be keen to hear your side of the story there.
Yes, certainly. I'd like to start by saying it was quite distressing hearing a fellow colleague talk through their story. So I did want to acknowledge that, and clearly that's always quite upsetting to hear that when it doesn't align with your experience. In relation to casuals, I'm not clear on where the 1% conversion came from, because certainly the information I've reviewed and certainly across it is that actually, if you go back to even as far back as 2012, with all the casuals we've hired, our conversion rate for casuals going back, 9 years is actually 45 to 46%. More recently, if you look over the last 3-year period, our casual conversion rate is 36%. And so, and I'm also acknowledging that, we have 321 casuals in the group right now. While they do represent, 0.7% of our workforce, I recognise every single one of them as one of my colleagues. And so it doesn't matter the small percentage, they're still one of my colleagues.
So that's really interesting testimony then. So CBA Group currently has 321 casuals making up 0.7% of the workforce. That's true today?
That's correct.
Okay. And over the last 3 years, 36% of casuals have converted. That's what you just said, yeah?
That's correct.
So is that 36% of all of your casuals, being 321 if we take today's number, or is that 36% of those offered a conversion?
No, that's of those, all of them. And if you look at the last 12 months, the conversion rate's 22%. If you look at the reasons why people are generally casuals, it's because of their lifestyle choices, or because they're studying at uni or those sort of things. And so you can imagine, as you go back in time and they progress through, their degrees are finished, moving from casual to permanent employees is something that you could see has an increasing rate. The one thing I would say too is, of the 321 casuals we have right now, when I last looked at this number, 4% of those people came from permanent hire. So they went from permanent employees to casual employees. And I think the most common use cases are obviously further studies, but also people who are approaching retirement age who want to travel for some of the year and work for some of the year. And so there is obviously the flip side of people who choose to be casual as well.
No, that's extraordinary, and it aligns with some of the evidence that we've had before. So I just want to be really clear about that though. So 4% of your casual workforce used to be permanent, and for reasons best decided by those individuals, they have now opted for casual employment. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay, all right, extraordinary. That's actually really, really fascinating and useful insight, so thank you. Obviously, the committee's focused on job security, and that means many different things to many different people, including, obviously, to those employees that you've just touched on there who've, sought flexibility. What, I guess, is the bank's position on this idea of job security, noting, I guess, your position as a very large employer in Australia?
Yeah, certainly from the bank's perspective, I think job security is very strong. In my opening statement, I probably referenced, the stable permanent employment, but, if you look more broadly at some of the numbers that I've reviewed, half of our workforce have been with us for more than 5 years. A further third have been with us for more than 10. If I look at the involuntary attrition rate, which is at kind of like 1.8% at the moment, that's probably the lowest it's ever been. Back in 2016, I think it was around 6.5%. If I look through the redeployment rates of success we're having, that pilot obviously was something we expanded more broadly in relation to redeployment, but redeployment, our 3-year average on redeployment has traditionally been around 18.6%. In the last 12 months, we've really put in a lot more effort to really rehome our people and get them into secure employment. And our percentage increases have gone to 40%. And actually, if you take out the people who wouldn't like to be redeployed, they'd like to leave the bank. Actually, our redeployment rate at the moment is 47%. And so I look at those things. I look at our engagement results, which are at 80% for the company, and somewhere between 80 and 85% for our labour hire employees who also get surveyed. This is 3%. At 80%, we're about 3% off global best practice around engagement. If I looked at some of the questions in the engagement survey around, people's confidence in CBA's future, the role we play in supporting their career, we're getting very, very high levels of ratings, like 91% and I think 78% for the latter question. And if you look to job security too, in preparation for the hearing today, I looked at the 10,000 verbatim feedback we get through our Your Voice survey, which is an engagement survey that we run twice a year. So from 10,000 comments, there were 30 comments in total that spoke to job security being a concern for our employees. And I certainly don't want to discount those 30 people's views, because I think that's something that we have to listen to. But when I look at those things, I think, and we regularly promote 10% of people each year, 22% of people move to lateral roles. I think all these things indicate a very, very stable and strong, position on job security, certainly for the bank.
But so, in that survey then, I love surveys. So you got 10,000 responses. How many people were invited to submit responses, and was there any selection, or did that just literally go to the entire CBA group?
We had more than 10,000 responses. That 10,000 number relates to the people who actually provided verbatim feedback. So actually commentary separate to ticking a scale. So we actually had a much higher rate of percentage participation, but we had 10,000 people who chose to provide feedback in writing. It's important to note that our Your Voice survey is completely anonymous. So it's a chance for people to talk about what they love and what they find concerning at the bank. And it certainly went out to all employees, including labour hire employees as well.
Right.
So our people, casuals,
if I take the casuals and labour hire in total, that is roughly how many people? That must be about, 1,500 or 1,800, is it?
So we've got 2,600 people in labour hire, and we've got 300 people in casual, so just under 3,000.
Right. So 30 comments about job security is 0.3% of the 10,000 responses that you received, and at best makes 1% of the total number employed in labour hire and casual arrangements for the bank.
Correct.
Okay. And you're right, not to diminish the validity of those concerns, but I think it is important context that you've just highlighted there. So that's very useful. You keep coming back to this idea of redeployment, rehoming and that sort of thing. Why is that a focus for CBA? I mean, frankly, no other employers have sort of raised this as an area of focus, so I'm sort of keen to understand why.
Yeah, I think, we can talk through our own experience, but even more, I think just recently, the Tech Council of Australia, which is in partnership with the government, just released some points around, there's, I think, 860,000 tech jobs in the country right now and a demand for 1 million. So, I think this is something that is not emerging, but real. And so as we look to the areas where we're falling short in relation to available skills, I think the position from the bank is we have a responsibility so that we can, as much as possible, build this capability for the long term now. And so that's why we've really tried to, one, reskill as much as we possibly can. So the people who've got careers in one area who want to be reskilled to become risk professionals or data analytic experts or those sort of things, or cyber, we are absolutely trying to kind of build that pipeline now. And the other thing we do is, as one of the largest employers, our opportunity, given that we hired 10,000 people externally, that doesn't take into account the other 6,000 internals that we moved around inside the organisation. So we had 16,000 recruitment movements. That's an incredible opportunity that we should give people who are actually had roles and careers at CBA. So while their roles may be impacted in the future in certain areas, we want to make sure they get a home in the group into another area or another role. And so we have a responsibility to work with them, and our redeployment efforts are working really well. We put them with a coach, they get a lot of support, we find them new roles. And so, we are certainly focusing on this because we have to.
Yeah, okay. And just a last question then on that. So the coaches, are they like internal CBA coaches, or is that with an external sort of service provider?
It's a mixture of everything, actually. So some of it is, as part of the reskilling exercise, we actually put them with kind of on-the-job training, as well as providing them a mentor in their field. In relation to other areas, we actually have independent experts who actually support them through the process. So we actually have quite a extensive and many channels of support for our people, because obviously, a large organisation, not one thing's going to work for all. So we have quite a diversified approach.
Yeah, okay. No, that's really interesting testimony, and thank you for your time. That's all I have. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Just carrying on from the labour hire commentary. So you've got just a smidge under 3,000 in labour hire and casual. Just outline for us, are they used, is that a standard number across the year? Are they used for surges in activities or particular times of the year?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. So labour hire at CBA is principally used in two areas of the business. One is the group operations function. And just for background, this is the team that facilitate the applications for finance for our customers. So they actually facilitate that, the documentation, the loan, the credit cards, those sort of things. They have about 45% of the labour hire in that business unit. And I can talk to the roles they typically do, and then I'll get to the reasons as well. The second team that has the predominant number of labour hire is actually the technology function. And so this is where you have the technology function at CBA. They basically build our tech platforms that enable our customers. So those two areas have about 70% of our labour hire. And they're typically in a very limited number of roles, being like obviously financial crime is a key part, but obviously in our tech function with $7 billion of investment in tech over the next 5 years, project managers, business analysts are a key area where we're struggling to get support, and certainly use labour hire. The three main reasons why we use labour hire clearly is one around skill shortages. And an example being, we've got a team called Regulatory and Compliance Operations. And that team 4 years ago was 100 people. It's now just under 2,000 with plans to go to 3,000. So while we would like to have every one of those roles permanent, being able to actually source and secure those permanent employees has been quite challenging. And so we, at the end of the day, this is about keeping our customers' money safe and sound. And so we certainly have a preference for it to be permanent, but in this case, we've had to leverage labour hire in that regard. The second area that we use labour hire for is largely for volume spikes. And so a good example there would be, our home loans in the last 12 months, I think, are up about 17%, and that's created quite a big challenge for us to support that. And so we've obviously had to leverage support there as well. And I think back to the point before around the third area is really to support like short-term projects. So again, with $7 billion of investment in tech over the next 5 years, it is really, we have a large portion of people in the group that are project managers and, business analysts and senior program directors, but we do fall short in the volume we need. So that's why we use labour hire, Senator.
Great. And so what's the average length of time that you would have somebody in a labour hire position?
Yeah, the average tenure for a labour hire employee who leaves is about a year.
So you would have them on for about a year?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the average tenure. Yeah.
And do many stay on and become permanent employees?
Yeah, so if I look back, over the last 12 months, 35% of our labour hire have become permanent. If you go back 3 years, I think it's around 25% of our labour hire employees have become permanent employees.
Okay. As you would know, and you referenced earlier that the FSU were talking to this committee this morning, and they told us that that a lot of your labour hire utilisation is actually like a form of probation, a sort of try before you buy, if you will, particularly in the loan processing area that you've referenced. Is that the model that you use? Is that how you seek new employees?
Certainly not from what I've seen. I think the three things that I mentioned are the main reasons why we seek labour hire. It really is around skill shortages. It's certainly around project work in the short-term nature, and it's also obviously around volume spikes. So I think those three reasons are the reasons I'm very much aware of as why we have labour hire. And clearly by, in the last 12 months, placing 35% of them, we still have a large proportion of people who chose not to be permanent employees, which means that probably suits them. But I certainly haven't seen anything that would tell me it's a try before you buy approach.
Or a probation, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. I haven't seen it either try before you buy or some sort of probationary approach to employment. It certainly is predominantly about those three things that I mentioned.
Okay. In June of this year, there was an article in the Sydney Morning Herald about some of the labour hire people and the fact that you're using them as a basis for dealing with a shortage of people. But the article reported that they were working in very high risk customer and suspicious transaction areas. So basically your financial crimes area. Is that the case? And do you see any risks there in using labour hire for those very risky and sensitive areas rather than employing them directly?
Yeah, I'm not sufficiently close to that article, but I can make some broad comments around your comments around is it risky? So a couple of things. One is our preference, particularly in financial crime, is for our employees to be permanent. It's certainly what we seek. In relation to the way we onboard our labour hire employees, I mean, from a day-to-day experience, they're just like any one of us, particularly when you get into the financial crime areas, and it's not dissimilar to any other area, they go through the same onboarding. So they're obligated to do the same training, the same mandatory learning we are. They are absolutely supported the same way as an employee is. And so we actually, obviously, as you can appreciate, put them through fairly rigorous and thorough testing and support to make sure that, obviously we're keeping our customers' money safe and sound.
So when you say they're doing the same training, my understanding is that your permanent employees in that arena, that their training is like a 12-week program. So would you be bringing labour hire people in for a 12-week training program as well? Is that what you're saying?
Senator, I probably need to, I'm not familiar with the 12-week training program. I can certainly take that away and come back. I can confirm that.
If you could take that on notice, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, you've said that you've converted 35% of your current rate of turning your labour hire into permanent is 35%. Is that like an aim and a goal for the organisation?
We don't have any targets per se. What we do have is a process whereby after 12 months, if we have a labour hire employee, particularly for the ones that are performing well, we absolutely have a process where we go out and reach out to them and ask them if they'd be interested in permanent employment. So we don't have a particular target, but we certainly have a process in place to seek whether or not they'd be interested in being made permanent.
Okay. And what's the differential in terms of what it costs between a permanent employee and labour hire?
Yes, certainly. When you look on average, the difference between a labour hire employee, and I'm talking about the labour hire employee themselves, not what the contract of the main provider is. So I'm talking about what their take-home pay is versus what our employees is. Labour hire employees on average earn 7.5% more than our employees do.
And when you say 7.5% more, is that full total odds in the pay packet, or?
Taking into account, for a CBA employee, it's taking into account the bonus structure as well. So it's kind of like a fully loaded comparison.
Okay. That's quite a lot, isn't it? And how do they feel about that when you ask them to convert to permanent?
Sorry, so was that how does the labour hire employee feel about when we ask them?
That they're on 7.5% more, all wrapped up, like how do you find they respond when you try to apply them to a permanent position?
So when we offer them a permanent position, we offer them obviously market rates, and clearly over the last 12 months we've seen 35% of people take up that permanent offer. So yeah, I'd imagine 35% I think reflects quite a good percentage of uptake. As I mentioned, we don't have any particular target, but it has been increasing over the last 12 months. So the average typically for us is 25% over 3 years and 35% last year. So, but we do offer market rates, commensurate with experience and a whole bunch of other factors. So.
And so how do your permanent employees feel about the fact that the labour hire are getting paid more?
It would be fair to say that one, that percentage is probably not well visible, given it's actually the take-home pay of the labour hire employee themselves, as opposed to typically labour hire you're engaged through a third-party provider. So we have two major ones that we use. It's not something that I think has been a incredibly transparent stat, because it's obviously pertinent to the individual themselves and the labour hire. So I don't think there would be a view.
Okay. I might go back to you, Chair. There are some other points I'm very interested in, but I think they might be ones that you're going to raise. So I'll go back to you for the moment.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Just on the piece of correspondence that's been sent over to the Secretariat, it's in relationship to a question asked by Senator Small regarding the casual conversion numbers the FSU gave us this morning. I understood you weren't aware of those figures, where they came from. In the correspondence I've just sent over through the Secretariat, Taz, if you don't mind me asking, has that got to everybody yet on the committee? That has, thank you. It should be also in your inbox as well. Both yours, Mr. Colleton, and yours, Mr. Robertson. Just confirm that correspondence is correct, and I understand it says that there has only been 38 casual conversion offers and 4 accepted.
Senator, we're not in front of our computers or phones at the moment, so it may be better if we confirm that with you by correspondence after the session, if that's acceptable.
That's okay. It's dated from, you'll have this obviously in an email somewhere else, but it's the 11th of November 2021.
Senator, I can talk to I think you're referring to is that the 38 and the 4?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, that relates to the most recent casual conversion process. So we have a typical process we run in the group. Our enterprise agreement has facilities for our casual employees to approach us for permanent employees, which is not dissimilar to, I think, what was recently put out by the government in September, I think, and I can be corrected on that. The 38 and 4 number relates to that exercise itself. So I think the relative nature of that is we have a process where this happens ordinarily, and then obviously that stipulation came out, and so we ran the process again based on that approach. And if it's helpful, Senator, I can talk to the mechanism, or certainly the casual calculation or the casual conversion calculation, so you can understand, because I think there was a comment from our CBA employee this morning that spoke to start and end times and those sort of things.
You're very welcome to answer that as well. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, we did, through that process, 38 people were identified to be offered permanent employees, and of that, 4 people took that offer up. That's absolutely okay. That's true from the casual conversion process we ran recently. In relation to that approach, We look at two things. One is the hours worked in a day. We do not look at start and end times. So we look at the hours worked in a day, and we look at the day pattern worked in a week. So we do that over a 4-week period, when obviously the requirement is to check for uniformity and regularity over 6 months. We allow for a 25% deviation from that. And so through that exercise, that's where the 38 and the 4 came from. But we certainly are not looking at start and end times.
Thank you. Just on the, you might just explain this to me. Appreciate that you've made a further offer outside your normal offers that you make, if I've understood this correctly. And there was 38 offers that were made as a result of the legislation, and 4 employees accepted the offer.
Yep.
So that's about 8% accepted the offer, and your acceptance rate normally is 36%. Is there a reason for that?
I think that the interplay is between the fact that we possibly have already gone through this process with casuals, and so this was this new process from the legislation was an obligation we had to do at the time, and I think it was you can't separate it from our process. That's part of our enterprise agreement.
And I might also observe that this particular process is a single point in time. Whereas the previous numbers that Andrew was referring to of 36% is a continuum over a period of time rather than a point in time.
Right, thank you. You've referred to in the group operations team, which does loan processing. It's going back to some answers to previous questions. And the accounting for a lot of your labour hire staff in that particular area. You also have any direct employees doing the same work?
We do, yes.
And if so, with that they do, you do have some direct employees. Would most of these have been started off in labour hire?
I would need to confirm that, but from what I've seen, I would be surprised if that was the case, but I certainly can confirm that.
Thank you.
Most of our financial crime analysts and most of our people in operations, they're permanent employees. So only a fraction of them are actually labour hire. The majority of people supporting these two critical functions are actually permanent employees.
Right.
But I'll confirm that, Senator.
Thank you. So we go to an article that was in the Financial Review on the 22nd of November that Commonwealth had fired a worker who discussed their pay with colleagues. First line of the article states, I quote, CBA fired a newly recruited employee in part because he discussed his pay with colleagues. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, I understand that this is a matter which is, if it's not before the Fair Work Commission, it's likely to go to the Fair Work Commission. I think so. It's difficult for us to provide much commentary. I'd refer you to the comments that we provided to the AFR at the time, where we said that the lender's employment with the bank was terminated before the end of his probation period for a range of conduct issues that were raised with him on a number of occasions, and that we refuted the suggestion that his termination was a direct consequence of pay secrecy.
So the issue of pay secrecy wasn't included as a reason for termination. I don't mean the cause of the termination, a reason for termination that was given.
I think, again, as the matter's likely to be before the Fair Work Commission, I'd have to go back to those comments that we made at the time.
Mr. Robson, the great advantage of being in the Senate inquiries is that there is some obligations to answering questions. It is outside the normal legal process. What we do make sure is that people aren't disadvantaged. But since there's already been commentary on this on a public nature, and you've just termed a response to this question about was it a matter which was included in the terms of dismissal? Appreciate I haven't asked for waiting. I'll leave that for your own discretion whether you want to make comment on it. But I don't think it's inappropriate to say whether that person was dismissed because including one of the reasons given was that there was pay issue was commented and discussed with employees, other workers.
Senator, I understand that, Senator. To be honest with you, I haven't seen the letter that was written to the employee at the time. So the most detailed source of information that I have about this matter is, in fact, the AFR article that you're referring to. So I've familiarised myself with that article in the expectation that it might be raised. Sure.
Senator, I have seen the letter,
Yes.
and acknowledging that your point around waiting, there were 7 reasons why this employee was terminated, and that was one of them. It would be fair to say that the practice, as our CEO has commented on, is ordinary. Our practice is not to enforce this, but it was definitely one of the 7 reasons that this employee was terminated from the group.
Thank you. The article goes on to say that shortly after a conversation the employee had with their colleagues about penalty rates, I'll quote the article again, shortly after the conversation, the lender's then manager allegedly advised him that discussing penalty rates was not acceptable and would result in disciplinary action in the form of a warning letter, which was not issued before his termination. Why can't employees talk about their pay? And I'm not clear on what the great issue is there.
And certainly, I would need to take that away. I'm not familiar with it either too much, Senator, so I'm more than happy to take that one away.
Well, can I get to the question more generally then, rather than talking about the specific case? In many of the arrangements entered into with employees and the company, there is language that the employees aren't to discuss what they get paid, and this has been identified as a gender issue, it's an equity issue in lots of other forums. So I'm asking you more generally, why is that contained in letters of appointment and employment?
Yeah, so a couple of comments. One is at CBA, and I heard this morning, there is pay parity in relation to remuneration arrangements. In relation to this being part of contracts, this is something we are currently reviewing. I think this is something our CEO has taken away to look at. So we are reviewing our confidentiality clauses as they relate to remuneration arrangements. This is something that we're currently looking at.
Thank you for that. I note that the matters that were raised in the financial review was on the 22nd of November. And the reasons given, one of the 7 issues, if I remember correctly from your evidence given, included the question of talking about and comparing with colleagues' pay. Your CEO, Mr. Comney, told the House Economics Committee back in September this year, and this transcript has been provided by the Secretariat, that CBA does not seek to enforce these clauses. But the evidence in this case would appear to suggest that he wasn't telling the truth.
Well, I think, and I acknowledge that the Secretariat sent through a copy of the Hansard. I think on my reading of the Hansard, it's pretty clear that Matt's talking about his experience, and as Andrew says, it's clear that we don't rely on these clauses as a primary reason for taking disciplinary action. And in fact, to refer to Matt's exact quote in response to the member for Dunkley, he said, "I can't think of a single example in my more than 20 years of the Commonwealth Bank of ever hearing about anyone being questioned or queried or anything around revealing information about their remuneration. Personally, I haven't felt the need to do so."
Has he taken the opportunity to correct the record? Are you aware?
No, Senator. I wouldn't say we've seen the need to correct the record. As I've just said, I think Matt's clearly talking about his personal experience. And as Andrew said, these are not clauses that we primarily rely upon. And Matt has said publicly that we're happy to take them away and have a look at how this could be done differently, particularly in light of the comments that you've made about concerns from a gender equity point of view.
I wasn't limiting it to that, but thank you for taking that on board. I appreciate it. Can I just go there just then? How many termination letters are there that have included the item of wage discussion as a result of pay being included as a discussion with colleagues as one of the set of weighted issues that have led to termination or disciplinary action? Are you aware of that over the last 12 months?
I'm not, Senator.
Are you able to come back to us for a period of the last 3 years and to what letters have included that question of discussing pay with colleagues?
Yep, we can
endeavour to do so. We'll see what we can produce for you. Yes.
Thank you very much. The implication for Mr. Comney in the House Economics Committee, and I appreciate the language you've put to me about what the answer was, but the inference was that this doesn't happen. That was the inference taken. A normal person's reading the language. But I just want to go this question of a different matter. Separately, the Fair Work Ombudsman announced in October that it's pursuing CBA for thousands of underpayments, totaling more than $16 million created by IFAs that undercut your enterprise agreements. What does CBA use IFAs?
Senator, we stopped offering IAs in August 2019.
Thank you. And what about IFAs now? Did it make it easier to engage in wage theft effectively?
I mean, firstly, I certainly can't agree with that characterisation. But I do want to start by saying any instances of us getting it wrong for our people in relation to entitlements, one, I am incredibly sorry for, so is you, and the organisation wish this had never happened. That goes without saying. What I can say is we are doing everything we possibly can to remediate this as quickly as possible to the standard that everyone would expect. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
And was why does CBA use IFAs? What do they continue to use? IFAs are still in place, so what do they
we certainly don't
use IFAs, or you got rid of them all?
We certainly don't continue to use them. Obviously, we have a number of employees who are remaining on an IA.
Yeah, and what numbers are they?
I haven't got the latest. I think
rough estimate and detail will be fine. Have you got a rough estimate?
Rough estimate, probably somewhere between I think 15 and maybe 15,000.
Okay. On the question of IFAs, and I appreciate the evidence you've just given, but I'm going to put to you something from the AFR article on the 11th of October 2021, titled CBA knowingly underpaid staff $16 million in mass use of individual agreements. The article says that the Commonwealth Bank is facing millions of dollars in fines as part of a court action that alleges it knowingly underpaid thousands of employees more than $16 million by getting them to sign on to individual agreements that undercut union deals. Is that allegation correct, that there's been and I'm putting it to you this way, that one of the things that the Fair Work Ombudsman is prosecuting the Commonwealth Bank for is for knowingly underpaying thousands of employees?
I couldn't comment on this because I'm actually not across the particular point that the Fair Work Ombudsman is taking us to court on. I couldn't comment whether or not I could agree with that or disagree. I actually am not in a position to know what they're referring to in relation to knowingly.
Can you take that on notice?
I can take that away, yes, Senator.
Thank you. Can you confirm that the IFAs are inferior in a number of cases to the union negotiated agreement with the company?
No, I cannot.
So can you tell me then why the IFAs were discontinued?
The IFA is a couple of things. One is, while we got the pay right 99.7% of the time, we obviously had instances where people were failing the boot. And for us, that simply wasn't good enough. And the second reason was it no longer was fit for purpose for our organisation. And so we stopped offering them.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that evidence. I'm just with the $16 million, I'm not quite clear on how many workers have allegedly been underpaid in that $16 million figure.
I'd have to confirm, but from memory, and I could be wrong, I think it was 7,000 or 6,500. But again, Senator, I'd need to confirm.
That's okay. Look, I appreciate you giving us an approximation. You'll come back with detail on it. So it's roughly half of those on IFAs.
Providing my 15,000 number was accurate too, I need to confirm that as well.
Thank you. I respect that. Lastly, the FSU raised concerns about the impact of offshoring on job security of Australian workers. And in August, you announced you were sending another 100 technology and compliance jobs to India. It sort of just seems to me, why can a company making billions of dollars in profits each year not afford to have those jobs in Australia with Australian pay, Australian labour rights and Australian training?
So we've got obviously employees in, I think this is referring to our CBA India office.
Yes.
We have, we are, the two main reasons we look to, or certainly consider when we decide to look at where we locate work. One is the skills available. And secondly, importantly, is actually our ability to extend the working day to actually for the betterment of our customers. So one of the steps we made recently is we obviously moved some of our operations to Perth. That gave us 3 extra hours in the day. And obviously moving some of our operations to India gives us a further 2 to 3 hours. And so our ability to service our customers with 6 extra hours in the day means that the speed to outcome is obviously greatly improved. And so this is one of the key considerations we use when making decisions to move work locality.
Look, I would like to thank you both for coming today and giving your evidence. And thank you. That evidence will be able to assist the committee in its deliberations and preparation of its report. And if you've taken any questions or notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of December 2021. I'd like to thank you again and have a very good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
I would like to thank the witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today. I now declare this meeting of the Senate Select Committee on Job Security adjourned.